nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We are now going to go to the public participation. This is just a call to the public, and this is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak to the board about an item that is not on our agenda. This may be an item that that we would consider at a future date, but it's an opportunity for you to visit with the board about what is on your mind. Each person has about 5 minutes to do so, but we will not be able to engage in a discussion with you. Is there any person who would like to speak to the board during this public participation, this call to the public?
Madam Chair, we do we had one hand.
Okay.
Mr. Conley lowered his hand. There, back up again. I will allow Mr. John Conley. Go ahead and unmute yourself, and then you're able to address the board.
Great, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Conley.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to offer my opinion about item 74, which is the RFP for Pepsi Amphitheater, in hopes that you would all consider putting that RFP out and fly that to the public. I think it's important to get as much information as we can and feedback on that RFP and look to see what is out there and available to the community and all of us who love Pepsi Amphitheater.
Great, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time to visit with us.
Thank you.
Is there any other member of the public who would like to participate in the call to the public at this time? Okay. Mr. Peterson, do you see anybody with their hands up? Any indication that there's someone who wishes to speak?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay. Well, I am going to close the public participation, and I'm going to bring that back to us. And we will now move on to our consent agenda. And as you know, we have a very full consent agenda. And there are some things that we need to request, we need to consider separately or to be moved to this evening's meeting. And so I am going to ask County Manager Jane, if you could tell us which items those are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the item 11, at the request of the County Attorney's Office, they are requesting that to be removed. It is struck on the agenda because of an action that's being considered this afternoon, anticipation of the meeting this evening. Again, so item 11 should be removed. It is struck off the agenda. Item 13 should also be removed. It'll be at the request of the courts, Madam Chair, is being moved to the August 25th meeting. And lastly, so those two are going to be removed from the consent agenda and not considered even separately, except for item 11, which will be considered at 6 tonight. And then at the request of County Assessor Romando Ruiz, he did ask that we do separate item 5 for separate discussion. So again, removing items 11 and 13 and separating item 5.
Okay, thank you. So since we're talking about items to separate, are there any members of the board who would wish to consider an item separately to either ask a question or to get additional information? Please, let's go ahead and express that now.
Madam Chair, just so you know, Mr. Parks was in as a panelist or attendee, so I just moved him up to a panelist, so he's now joining.
Okay, super. Supervisor Parks, thank you so much. We understand you've been at the meeting, just not able to speak. And so we want to say welcome, and just so that the members of the public know that you're here, would you like to just say hello?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I had a little trouble getting on, but I'm here now. I had some help from Sean down the hall, and Thank you all for being here with us today, and we will ask the chair to go ahead with the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Supervisor Parks. So we're just going to get to our consent agenda right now. And I was just, County Manager Jane was mentioning that item 11 and 13 are going to be removed. We are going to separate item number 5 so for some additional information per the request of Assessor Ruiz. And now I'm just asking board members if there is any item that they would like to consider separately. Now would be the time to say so.
Madam Chair, this is Supervisor Babbitt. Item 18, please. PSPRS discussion.
Okay, thank you. Others? Give you a chance to unmute if you have to. Okay, well, not hearing any others, then is there a motion to approve the consent agenda except for items 11 and 13 and 5 and 18?
So moved. This is Supervisor Babbitt.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, this is Lena.
Okay, there's a motion to approve by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Vice Chair Fowler. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any those opposed, please say nay. Okay, hearing none opposed, it passes unanimously. And now we will go to item number 5. And I'm going to turn it over to County Manager Jane. I'm going to turn it over to you. And then you can, if there's any introductory comments, otherwise, then we can also hand it over to Assessor Reese.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So Assessor Armando Ruiz is on to address item 5. Assessor Ruiz?
Thank you, County Manager Jane. And thank you, Chair Archuleta, members of the board, Armando Ruiz, Coconino County Assessor. Thank you for pulling this item aside. This agenda item is for the board to consider approval of applicants for property tax exemption status. Applicants who have missed the March 1st deadline. So since the deadline was missed, the statutes do allow for these applicants to bring this request to the board for approval consideration. The assessor staff has worked with each of these organizations that are part of this agenda item to gather the necessary documentation as required by law for the exemption status. And as of yesterday, all organizations except the Central Valley Coalition have met that criteria for qualification. So I did ask for this item to be set aside because we did not receive the necessary documentation for that organization.
Thank you, Assessor Reese. Let me see if there are any questions. I know I do have one. And so, so we have had this happen before. I mean, every year we have some folks that meet the deadline. And so is there an opportunity later in the year, or is this now like the final deadline to request the waiver?
That is correct. So what we try to do is provide the organizations with as much time as possible. And we do not bring this item to the board until the very last minute. And so in kind of consideration with the tax adoptions, this is the last opportunity for us to bring this item to the board for these organizations to receive the forgiveness for tax exempt status.
Okay. Well, thank you. Any other questions of Assessor Reese? Okay. Anything else, Assessor?
No, but I believe that is it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. So members of the board, is there a motion to approve resolution 2020-42 redeeming the waiver and authorizing the Coconino County Assessor to accept the affidavit for tax exemption for tax year 2020 for all of the groups listed minus the Central Valley Coalition for Affordable Housing 2020.
Second. Is there a motion? Was there a motion on?
No, it's okay. Can you make, Supervisor Babbitt, is it okay if you make the motion?
Sure. Move to approve. I thought I saw Supervisor Parks come on and say something, but maybe not. Yes, I move to approve item 5 as presented.
Second.
Okay. Great, thank you. It's been moved by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Parks. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any? Those opposed, please say nay. Okay, hearing none opposed, this motion passes. Thank you. We'll go to item number 18, please. And Supervisor Babbitt, why don't we go ahead and turn it over to you so that you can make comments or ask questions?
Yeah, so just a quick comment. So this is actually a really kind of important policy statement on our funding of public safety and corrections officers pension plan. And I had a question for Siri, assuming she is on if we assumed, I understand the correction officers are fully funded. First question is does that essentially of 100% of lack of any unfunded liability, will that continue into the future, all things being equal, or will we always be having some level of catch up? And then the second piece related to that is if the board could model out what additional liability investments we could bring for the sheriff's officers at, say, $1 million a year, how long would it take with the liability and interest to pay that down to 100% fully funded? If
Thank
those questions
Dr.
are
Babbitt
clear.
and members of the board. So to address the first question, the nearly 100% for the corrections officers, we should continue to be mostly fully funded there because the reason this came about, if you will recall, there were some changes to accounting principles that led to a different recognition of the unfunded liability. And as part of that, the various retirement systems have gone through different actuarial valuations where they're amortizing the kind of the catch-up unfunded amount, and part of our contribution goes towards that. It's not always going to be a 100% match. There's a little bit of a timing lag from when the actuarial valuation year is and then our payment year. So it's likely to fluctuate a little bit, but hopefully not materially, and we should stay very near to that 100% funding over time. To address the public safety retirement system, so actually, interestingly enough, right now there's a separate session going on put on by PSPRS to talk about just what you mentioned and options that organizations have. If you'll recall, in looking at the changes that we've done to update the policy, our unfunded has decreased significantly. So we went from 49.5% unfunded last year to 70.4% because Coconino County did choose to make a large contribution, as you noted, into the plan. So I can't specifically answer the 1 million. It really would depend on what the financing structure of that were to look like. If we were to just do as kind of an annual additional 1 million, we could certainly model some scenarios. What's also being discussed and presented right now by PSPRS are various public financing options. The city of Flagstaff, for example, I believe was just issuing public financing to help address their liability. I can certainly follow up though with additional information on what the timeline might look like if we were to do different levels of investment towards our unfunded liability above and beyond what our minimum requirements are.
Great. Well, super appreciate that. I think at some point it would be good to put some scenarios in front of the board, to get some levels of expectation on the time frame and the financial implications of that. And then, following that, last question is once we get to 100% funded with no liability for the sheriff's officers, will we be at a steady state situation, or will we always be catching up because of the nature of the demographic of retired officers to current day officers?
Thank you, Supervisor. It's a really complicated an analysis and work that's done behind it. So it's really kind of hard to say. We should be, when we meet that threshold on our unfunded, we should reach kind of a point where we may be over, we will be very close. Anyway, it's all point in time. Unfortunately, a lot of it depends on investment returns versus actual as far as what's used in the modeling. So there's potential for, even if we were to go to full funding today, for us to either end up over or underfunded, just based on they basically give a present value amount today based on their anticipated returns, which of course, can really vary in reality. And so we'll never hit it exactly, I guess is the answer, but we certainly wouldn't lose anything if we were to say overfund. The dollars that we contribute stay in our plan and help with our liability in some way. So if not for prior unfunded, then it could help, offset future contributions, for example. But no, I would never expect us to have a report that has it exactly down to the dollar 100%, because like you said, people move from different agencies as well. There's all sorts of things that play into those actuarial valuations.
Great. Awesome. Well, thanks very much for your work on this. This is one of the great financial management stories we have to tell here. We have the highest funded county in the state of Arizona on this pension liability, and it's really important. And those who are drowning in this pension debt have a really steep and deep hole to climb out of. So thanks for your work on bringing this forward. And that's all, Madam Chair. Questions that I have?
Thank you. Let me see if there are any other questions from other board members.
If I
Okay.
may, Liz.
Oh, please go ahead, Supervisor
Yeah.
Ryan.
Not so much a question, it's just the continued interest. We opted not to move forward this year, and but continuing to whittle away at this. I want us to keep that focus so we can reduce that liability and get it to a really good, manageable state for where we need to be. Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you. Supervisor Babbitt, would you like to make a motion on this item?
Yes, Madam Chair, I move that we approve item 18, the approving our public safety personal retirement system and correction officers retirement system funding policy.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. The motion was made by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Okay, hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. All right, thank you. Now we need to go to the health district. And so I beg your pardon, the flood control district. And so is there a motion to resolve as the flood control district board of directors?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to resolve as the flood control district board of directors. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please say nay if you're opposed. Hearing none opposed, we are now acting as the flood control district board of directors. We have the consent agenda before us. Are there any items that the flood control district board members want to consider separately? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve the flood control district consent agenda items 52 through 65?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion by Director Babbitt, seconded by Director Fowler. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, it passes unanimously. Okay, so now we'll go to our next items. We need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Is there a motion to do so?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Our next consent agenda is that of the Health District Board of Directors. May I have a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Parks. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We now have the Health District Consent Agenda before us, items 66 through 69. Are there any items that board members wish to consider separately? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the Health District Consent Agenda, items 66 through 69?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Director Fowler, seconded by Director Babbitt. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, it passes unanimously. So I now need a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Parks, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. So now we are back as the Board of Supervisors. The next item we have is the Jail District Board of Directors. May I have a motion to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors?
So moved. This is Director Babbitt.
Second.
Second.
Supervisor Parks, Director Parks.
Okay. Actually, we'll keep it as supervisor first. So there's a motion to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors made by Supervisor Babbitt, seconded by Supervisor Parks. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We now have the Jail District Consent Agenda, items 70 and 71. Are there any items that board members want to consider separately? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the Jail District Consent Agenda, items 70 and 71?
So moved.
Second.
Supervisor Parks.
Thank you. The motion to approve is made by Director Parks, seconded by Director Babbitt. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. We now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is that
Parks.
Supervisor? Okay, Director Parks. Okay, there's a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors by Director Babbitt, seconded by Director Parks. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, it passes unanimously. Okay, wonderful. So now we are the Board of Supervisors, and we are going to go to action item 72. Let me just make sure. So are we prepared to do that? We're going to do these right now. Is that correct, County Manager Jane? This is not going to be this evening. It's going to be now.
Yes, it's just a regular action item.
Regular action.
Um,
Okay, super. Okay, I just
so-
want to make sure.
And Siri is
Okay.
on.
Perfect. Okay. So members of the board, this is an action item. This is consideration and possible action to approve and adopt the tax rate schedule for fiscal year 2021 and tax year 2020 for all special taxing jurisdictions for which Coconino County has the authority to collect taxes. And we have Finance Director Siri Mullaney, who's going to present this item. Siri?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So the item before you is to adopt the tax rates for all of the taxing jurisdictions. This is a requirement under Arizona Revised Statute 42-17151. And all of the rates and levy sheets presented as part of this adoption represent all taxing jurisdictions within the county. So it is not just the county's rates, but it's all taxing jurisdictions that have set their rates and their levies individually by their board of directors. These are not rates and levies in which the Board of Supervisors has authority over, but we do need to, by statute, accept these to have them placed on the tax rolls and included in the collections that will be occurring for tax year 2020, fiscal year 2021. A part of what is included in your packet is a breakdown of how those taxes are then distributed once they are levied. Unfortunately, as the tax collectors, we don't get to keep all of the money that we are collecting. So there's a breakdown there. It also includes information on last year's levies for each of the districts and how the levies are changing to help prepare taxpayers for what will be coming their way on their tax rolls. I'm happy to answer any questions about this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Siri. Appreciate it. And although we do not get to keep the money, of course, it passes through us, as you mentioned, and goes to those entities. We do always try to double check to make sure that those numbers and those rates are correct in terms of what the organizations or the entities that we collect for are expecting and what they intended. And so I just want to verify that we've checked through those and confirmed with the entities that those are the rates that they expect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as part of our checking process, we look at both the assessed values and the tax rates. And then with assistance of the County Treasurer's Office and the Assessor's Office, they also do reviews before this item comes to you for adoption.
Okay, great. Thank you. Board members, any questions for Siri at this time? Okay. Well, hearing none, thank you, Siri. We appreciate that. And so the next item would then be a motion. So is there a motion to approve and adopt the tax rate schedule for fiscal year 2021 and tax year 2020 for all special taxing jurisdictions for which Coconino County has the authority to collect taxes?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
so I will make that motion to approve the tax rate schedule for FY 2021 and tax year 2020. Just a quick note, the county did go through its budgeting process. I did not support the budget that the county put forward with its property tax increase, but I am absolutely supportive of this. This contains a number of jurisdictions, and we need to make sure we give them the space to make their decisions as well. So with that, I'll put that motion on the floor, and then we'll be supporting this action.
Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Political.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, this is Supervisor Ryan. I'll second the motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Nay.
passes unanimously. Oh,
Nay.
I beg your pardon. Someone said nay. I'm so sorry.
This is Supervisor Parks.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Parks. We appreciate that. So there was identifying yourself. So we have 4-1, the motion passes. Thank you. Okay. Well, next we'll go on to the next item. And that next item is discussion and a possible action item. This is a presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve Resolution 2020-19 regarding a memorandum of agreement with the Federal Highway Administration, Central Federal Lands Highway Division, and the U.S. Forest Service to conduct a scoping trip and prepare a project development plan through the Federal Lands Access Program for the project entitled Perkinsville Road Pavement Rehabilitation and Widening. And so Public Works, Lucinda.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm pleased to share that, I think you'll all remember that back in June, we had come to the board and received approval to apply for a Federal Lands Access Program grant for improvements to Perkinsville Road, which is located south of Williams. And we have a history of applying for these grants, and once again have been successful in making it to the scoping level. We're now at the scoping level of this process, and we're seeking your approval to go forward with the scoping process with Central Federal Lands, which is an entity within the Department of Transportation at the federal level. I want to thank Tim Dalagowski and the engineering team for once again putting together a successful proposal. And again, we've made it to the scoping level. The next step is that they literally send a team out here, and they usually spend a good week or week plus on site, visiting the area and collecting information, working with Tim and others within the department. And then the next step after that is that they develop like a preliminary plan and a preliminary cost that then will then come back to the board. I think a couple points that I want to share with you is that right now, the cost that you're going to see, Tim will provide a brief presentation about the project, and the cost that you will see is what I would consider a rough cost, a very initial estimate of the cost. After scoping, of course, we will get a more refined cost. And I want to make sure that the board understands that with the reduction in revenues that we are experiencing right now because of the downturn in the economy related to COVID, that there is a cost limit to this project, and we will be reviewing that cost and then coming back to the board expressly for approval to move forward. And if the cost becomes an issue, obviously we will come back and have that discussion. Because our budget for capital projects is being affected by the downturn in the economy. Our match for this project is will impact the current modified, I'll say COVID modified capital improvement plan that we've had in place, and we've modified that plan to account for that reduction in revenue. And Nick Hall, our assistant county engineer, will review those impacts, the impact of adding in this match into that plan, in addition to the COVID impacts, what that addition will have on the overall plan. So he'll be able to show you what those impacts are. We believe, however, irrespective of those impacts, that we should move ahead to the scoping level and proceed. That's our recommendation to the board. Obviously, it is your decision. But we recommend that you do move to the scoping phase. And then again, based on that cost and what we expect of the project, we will bring it back to you for your decision about moving forward from there. So thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tim Dalagowski, the county's transportation planner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy County Manager Andriani, and welcome, Tim. Go ahead.
Thank you, Lucinda. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Tim Dalagowski, Public Works Transportation Planner. I apologize for not having a camera, but I have an old desktop, so it's probably better that you see the PowerPoint rather than me anyway. I'd like to provide some additional information on the FLAP grant, the Federal Lands Access Program grant that we're applying for. As Lucinda mentioned, with the economy, the way that it is due to COVID, we need to leverage our funding as much as possible. This was an opportunity that was provided to us through the Federal Lands Access Program so that we could do some capital improvements on Perkinsville Road. I have a PowerPoint that I'd like to share. I've never done this before, and so I'm not sure how this is going to work here.
Well, we'll help you out if we need to be. Don't worry. This is new to everybody.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
And let's see here. All right. Oh, whoops. Well, let me ask if someone could assist me in getting the PowerPoint on the screen, please.
Tim, just bring it up on your screen, and then down at the bottom, that little bar down that says share screen. It's green.
Okay.
You kind of just got to touch the bottom. Well,
Share
use your mouse and kind of wake it up.
Okay. All right. Let's see here.
And if not, then if we have it, I mean, if the clerk has it or something, maybe we can get to do it for you. But try that first. There you go.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
Great.
Excellent. Now, if you just click on the, the presentation, so bottom right hand corner of your screen, you'll see like you're almost there. Go down a little further. Go down and across. Go out now. Light. Okay, stop. Okay, down. You see that
Like
little.
you wouldn't.
looks like a little screen, like a pop-up screen. There you go, 2 over, Tim.
Right.
There you go,
This
click
one.
on that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Of course, yeah,
You're a pro now.
click again.
Right. Until I have to do
So-
it again.
No, that didn't do it.
So go up to slideshow, Tim, and do from beginning. Go up to slideshow, just like you normally do on PowerPoint. It's exactly the same.
Well, I have the first slide on the screen. Can I do
That's
this? And
good.
that goes to the second slide?
Yeah, that's fine. Don't
Okay,
worry about it.
okay.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, great. So I'll go ahead and get started. I know you guys have a really full schedule, so I'll try to make this as quick and painless as possible. We've applied for a federal lands access program grant for Perkinsville Road. And today we're here to try to, or to present that and to get your feedback on where you would like to go with this. This is our work session overview. We've already gone through some of this, but I think we all know each other. The Federal Lands Access Program is called FLAP. That's the acronym for it. And we're using this program to do some improvements on Perkinsville Road. Now, we've got some general information on Perkinsville Road that we'd like to share with you, along with project information and the project schedule and budget. And then the real meat of our discussion today is the Memorandum of Agreement, the MOA, for the scoping document that Lucinda was describing. And then, of course, the next steps and what this project's effect is on our capital investment plan. And then we'll have time for some questions and answers. I'm Tim Delegowski, the transportation planner. Nick Hall will be following me to explain the effect of this project on the capital investment plan. And then also Lucinda and Christopher are available for questions and comments. General information for the Federal Lands Access Program. It's funded under the 2015 Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act, or FAST Act. That act expires September 30th of this year, and that date is very important. We'll get back to that a little bit further in the presentation, but that's a very important date. This program provides funding for projects to provide access to, are adjacent to, or are located on federal lands. Projects must be owned or maintained by state, county, local governments, or tribes. And the fiscal year 20 funding amount is $270 million, with 80% of that distributed among 12 states. The remaining 20% goes to the other 38 states, the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico. So most of the states where the 80% funding is distributed is in the West, where we have a lot of federal land. This program requires a minimum of 5.7% funding from the local agency. And at the Central Federal Lands discretion, funding can be transferred between those 12 states to meet various program needs and priorities as determined by Central Federal Lands. These are our prior successes with the FLAP program. The dates that you see in parentheses, those are the completion dates. The grant application was actually submitted 2 to 3 years earlier than that, but I'm going with the completion dates here. We did our first FLAP project. It was completed in 2012, and that was on Lake Mary Road from State Route 87 to milepost 107.5. The bids, the low bid for that came in at 8.9 million. In 2017, we had another project on Lake Mary Road between milepost 310 and 317.5, and it also included some improvements and repairs to the Willow Valley Creek Bridge. That project came in at 8.2 million. And then just last year, we finished up Mormon Lake Road, the entire 9.73 miles. That was at 9.5 million. So these three projects, they total 26.6 million, and the county has contributed 5.1 million, which is about 19% of the overall cost of those projects. So we're actually getting a big bang for our buck when we use this FLAP program. When Central Federal Lands sent out a call for projects in January of 2020, we looked at several roads, Perkinsville Road being one of them, but we also looked at Stoneman Lake Road and also Route 66 from Deer Farm to Parks. These three roads that I just mentioned, they are on or adjacent to or provide access to federal lands, and they are the roads that could use some improvements. And through a process of discussions, we determined that Perkinsville Road was the best candidate. Part of the evaluation criteria from Central Federal Lands when they review our application was, what is the economic impact of that project? And so Stoneman Lake Road really didn't offer much in the way of economic impact. The traffic counts show that the traffic volumes haven't really increased very much over the years. and the traffic volumes are actually fairly low. And so we felt that that wouldn't compete very well. When we went and looked at US or Old Route 66 from Deer Farm to Parks, it's considered a historic route. And typically this program shies away from historic routes because the budget can blow up very quickly. You might uncover some things that you didn't know about before until you get into the project. Some things need to be preserved. There's a lot of complications, and so they shy away from historic routes. But as a result of that, we decided that Perkinsville Road was the best choice. We went to the board for requesting approval to apply for the grant, and the board approved that on March 31st of this year. Our proposal made it to the short list, which is where they then go to the scoping phase, where they, as Lucinda mentioned, they'll send out a team and they'll walk the project and discuss the improvements that are requested and come up with a more detailed and refined cost estimate. And based upon that, then the next step will be to actually get into a project agreement with Central Federal Lands if the board decides to go that route. This is the location that the project would be. You see the City of Williams city limits here. It's kind of a light greenish yellow color. We're partnering with the City of Williams in this project because of the economic impact. Right now, Perkinsville Road has a very poor pavement condition, at least on the county portion. The city's portion is in pretty good shape, but the county's portion is falling apart. It has no wide shoulders for multimodal access, so it was a good candidate for the flat program, but there was no economic advantage. So we partnered with the City of Williams using the approach that if we could provide multimodal access from the urban area within the City of Williams to milepost 177, which is the turnoff to Whitehorse Lake, that we would have a good chance at success with this grant application, and we did. So we are partnering with the City of Williams on this project so that we would compete with the other applications that were submitted. On Perkinsville Road, the county maintains about 21.5 miles from the city limits down to Drake Road, which is in Yavapai County, just a couple miles into Yavapai County. The county started maintaining Perkinsville Road in 1946, so we've been on there a long time. It's currently functionally classified as a minor collector, and the current pavement condition of the county's portion is severe. We have a pavement condition index of 29, which is severe. It's falling apart, and you will see pictures of that later in this presentation. The traffic volumes that we experience on Perkinsville Road at the city limits, it's the greatest. It's about 932. At the Yavapai County line, there's only 75. So you can see there's a big drop off in traffic, which is why we limited the length of the project to focus on the more heavily traveled portion of Perkinsville Road. The Perkinsville Road is used for a lot of different things: residential, recreational, commuting, school bus route, and forest management. There's quite a bit going on out there. Currently, Perkinsville Road has 12-foot travel lanes, but no paved shoulders. And once again, the pavement condition index is 29. It's very bad. We did chip seal it this summer, and that's because we didn't really know whether we were going to get a FLAP grant award or not. And so we had to take care of the condition of the portion of Perkinsville Road from the city limits to Lockett Springs Ranch. That's about almost 5 miles, but we did that in June of this year. And then in July, we were notified by Central Federal Lands that we had made the short list. And so now we're moving forward with the FLAP grant if the board so desires. However, had we not been awarded the FLAP grant, or at least got to the scoping phase, the next capital project on Perkinsville Road was scheduled for 2028. And it's a very short project, 1.87 miles. It's just a surface mill and overlay. There's no widening. It's basically just to keep the pavement together until we could afford to do something more. So, but we had the opportunity for the FLAP application, and so we decided to apply. And fortunately, we've made it at least to the scoping level. These are some pictures, excuse me, of Perkinsville Road. This is looking north into the city of Williams, where the pickup truck here is. This is Hancock Avenue here. You can see that there's a sidewalk along one side that ends at Hancock Avenue. Going south from Hancock Avenue, you'll see that these are just drainage ditches. There's no place for pedestrians or bicyclists to walk. And so it's a kind of a serious situation. This is turning around and looking the other direction from Hancock Avenue. Up here past these boxes, you can see this yellow sign. That's a sign that says watch for rocks. But just to the right of that is the Santa Fe Reservoir, which a lot of people from the city of Williams like to walk up this road and spend their evenings or their mornings, depending, at the reservoir. And you can see that there's really no place for pedestrians to walk. We have a serious situation where we've got kids, we've got a vehicle that's coming, driving basically into sunlight, can't really see very well. You got this dog out there trying to get into the travel lane. It's just a dangerous situation. Same location, just on the other side of the road. We have a couple of pedestrians. You can only see one, but there's actually two there. The vehicles are having to cross the center line to get around them. So wide shoulders would do wonders for safety on this road. Oh, let me go back. Take note of the city of Williams pavement condition here. They repaved their portion of Perkinsville Road in 2011, but they didn't do any widening. So their pavement, their travel lanes are in good shape, but there's no widening for multimodal. This is the county's portion of Perkinsville Road, and you can see how deteriorated the pavement is. Our maintenance crews have just been crack sealing this extensively over the years, trying to just keep it glued together. I'm not sure what happened to the slide here, but this condition extends to both sides and for quite a ways. It's the road is in terrible condition, which made it a good candidate for this project. A little bit further from the south edge of Williams, we have a rockfall location. There's always rocks coming off of this slope here. They can actually roll out into the travel lane. And as you see, when you're coming around this curve here, that if you're going 35, 45 miles an hour, you really don't have much time to react if there's a rock that's been falling. So what we'd like to do is widen the shoulders here, lay these slopes back a little bit, possibly put a rock net on it to keep the rocks from falling into the travel lanes, but to widen the shoulders for multimodal access on both sides. Also note that the guardrail here is low. When the city of Williams repaved, they didn't really mill out, they just overlaid. So what that did was that raised the level of the roadway, which decreases the height of the guardrail, which makes it ineffective. You can actually cause more harm by having a low guardrail as opposed to no guardrail. You can see that it's been struck a couple of times, but this project will address the issue of the substandard guardrail. There's also a 4-fry thinning operation going on out in that area. This is near milepost 180, which is within the project limits. And you can see that the logging trucks are pulling onto Perkinsville Road, which is basically falling apart. And that's just adding a lot of wear and tear. And the 4-5 project is supposed to be completed in 2022. And we included that in our application for Central Lands to consider as far as the schedule goes. This is near the south terminus where the turnoff to Whitehorse Lake is. You can see that the pavement, in addition to falling apart in the travel lane, the edges are beginning to erode out. And as people or vehicles drive over this, the potholes get bigger. What this does is it pushes vehicles to the center line, which makes for another dangerous situation. So Perkinsville Road definitely needs some attention, and this was a great opportunity for us to give it some. So this is the project scope. This includes both the City of Williams and the county portions of the project. The project is a total of 8.55 miles, and we're partnering with the City of Williams on that. The project starts at milepost 177, which is the turnoff to Whitehorse Lake, and it extends to Hancock Avenue, which is inside the City of Williams city limits. This project has 6.17 miles in the county jurisdiction and 2.38 miles in the city jurisdiction. The estimated cost for the project is $12.463 million. The county put up a match of $2 million in our grant application, which is 16.05%. There's much more than the 5.7%, which is required. But what this does is this made us much more competitive against other grant applications so that we would basically come out on top, or at least be given a chance to at least get to the scoping level. What this project will do is it's going to remove the existing pavement. It's going to pulverize it down to the base, and then that base is going to be widened and repaved with paved shoulders for multimodal. And it's going to result in 12-foot travel lanes and 5-foot paved shoulders. However, it may narrow a bit at the rock fall location or the rock hazard location because there may not be enough room to provide full 12-foot travel lanes and full 5-foot shoulders. If they do reduce the width of those lanes, it'll be 11-foot lanes with 4-foot shoulders. So we'll still have multimodal access. It'll just be a little bit narrower through that one area. Everything else should be 12-foot travel lanes and 5-foot shoulders. Excuse me. They will also replace that substandard guardrail that we were looking at. They'll address the rockfall hazard, which is approximately milepost 183.7. There's some box culverts out there that need to be extended to accommodate the widening. And they will replace the signage, the regulatory and warning signs, in addition to the wayfinding signs, which are mostly Forest Service. And then while we're out there, it's a good idea for us to resurface the driveway accesses and also at the Forest Service roads, pave those out to the right-of-way line to protect our pavement edge going forward. Excuse me. Here's
Jim?
Yes.
Madam Chair, could I ask a question? Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, just had to get off of mute, of course. Go ahead.
Thank you. Tim, I was looking at the picture of the shoulders there, and it looks like the base may be cinders. Is that AB or is that cinders?
That's a good observation, Supervisor Parks. It's a dirty cinder base. Yes, it has dirt and rocks, dirt and cinders mixed together to form the base. And so when they mill or when they pulverize the pavement, those millings will be mixed into that dirty cinder mix to provide a more stable base for the pavement that goes over the top of it.
And
Okay, thank
to
you.
some extent, it also could be a reflection of shouldering with our mix, you know, well, most of the mix for this area comes from Fuse Pit, but I think one of the issues out there is shouldering as well. I mean, and the pavement's just deteriorated so much, the shouldering isn't even having much impact anymore.
Yeah, the last time that I was on that road, it was in terrible condition. If we have to wait till 2028 to pave it, it's going to be a gravel road. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And so this is the tentative schedule and budget proposed by Central Federal Lands. August, this month, we're hoping to get the scoping agreement back to Central Federal Lands. They need it back by August 27th. As I mentioned before, the FAST Act expires on September 30th of this year. And so in order to get in under that program, we need to move quickly and get our agreement back to Central Lands so that it will be included in the existing FAST Act program. We don't know what's going to happen with the FAST Act next year. It could be extended. It could be changed. They could change the criteria for the applications. They could change the match amounts. There's a whole host of things that could change. And so it would be really good for us if we could get in under the wire and have this project authorized under the existing FAST Act. So assuming that the scoping agreement is approved and we move forward with the scoping activities, which are scheduled for September and October of this year, we're not sure exactly when. We have to get the scoping agreement back to them, and then they get a schedule going for the scoping trip. After they've concluded the scoping trip, they go back and they meet and they go over all of the projects and all of the considerations that were determined in the scoping trips. And the program decision committee determines what the final projects will be, what the schedules will be, and what the budgets will be. So we kind of have to wait a little bit, but we have to start with the scoping trip. And in the spring of Okay, so that would be the fall and winter of 2020. Because of the Fry project that's going on out there, this was the proposed schedule by Central Federal Lands. They said, we won't start working on that and even designing it until the logging operations are completed. And so they're projecting this to be in 2022, and that's when the design begins, and they do the all the environmental and cultural and various other types of biological types of clearances. And based upon what they find in those, that will drive the design to either do some things or not do other things. If everything goes well, it usually takes about 3 years from when you start design to actually constructing the project. So Central Federal Lands had indicated to us that the project is tentatively scheduled to begin construction in 2025, and they would complete it within one construction season. The budget currently in our grant application was 12.46 million. Those are in 2020 dollars. When you get out to 2025, which is when the construction is scheduled, based upon inflation and various other factors, Central Federal Lands is projecting the project to cost 15.3 million. So when you compare that directly down, we provided $2 million in our grant application in 2020 dollars. That becomes 2.45 million in 2025. And so just wanted to make sure that the board was aware of what that impact was going to be. It still comes out to be 16.05%. But the way that the memorandum of agreement is written is that if the project comes in at, say, 14 million, we're still only obligated to pay 16.05%. We're not at a fixed match amount. It's based on percentage. So depending on how this cost goes in the end, our contribution could go up or it could go down. So the MOA, the Memorandum of Agreement, is for just the scoping trip and the project delivery plan. Those tasks cost about $60,000. That's Central Federal Lands estimate, and the county is required to pay 10,000 of that, which comes out to be, I think it was about, let's see here. I think it was about 17% or something like that. 19%, that's what it was. Yes. Once we get through the scoping trip, the MOA does not commit us to following through with the project. If for some reason there's some type of economic downturn beyond what we're experiencing now, or if there's some natural catastrophe, or if Congress doesn't approve funding, then the project won't go forward, but we're not required to commit to following through with the project at all costs. It's dependent upon whether or not the parties agree to go forward with the project. If the project is canceled, then the county has to pay the 16.05 of the costs incurred to that point, which is only fair. That if some activities are done that cost some money and the project doesn't go forward, then we need to pay our share of that, and then we can back out of the project if we so desire. So the next steps for this project are for the board to determine whether or not they're comfortable with the project scope and budget. If you are, then we need to sign the MOA and get that back to Central Federal Lands by August 27th so that they can get it in under the before the September 30th deadline for the FAST Act. CFL is going to conduct the scoping trip sometime in September and October. It's dependent upon us getting the scoping agreement back to them. Once they've done their scoping trip, they'll develop a project delivery plan, which basically spells out what tasks are going to be done and when. We should get that sometime this winter. And then once that is completed, we wait for the program decision committee at Central Federal Lands to make a decision on which projects they want to program or fund. And then if our project makes that cut, then we will have to enter into a project agreement to move forward with the project. And so that's the scope of the project in a nutshell. Nick is going to take over and he's going to explain the impacts or the effects of this project on the capital investment plan. So Nick, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you.
Before Nick starts in, I also want to point out very importantly that the county's flood control district is also conducting forest restoration projects on Bill Williams Mountain, of which a component of that project is largely served by this road as well. And so that's a benefit to improving the road as well. And those projects will go on further than those currently proposed or planned under 4FRI, but or currently underway under 4FRI, but it's still an important part of this picture. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you. Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you, Cinda. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me here. So I just have 3 quick slides to kind of show what the impact of this project can be to the CIP coming up. To set the floor for it though, we did have to go in from the last time we presented the CIP, which was earlier in March of this year. We have since had the revised COVID budget numbers. So that's what this slide first states here, that for the CIP, looking from fiscal year 22 to 28, there's almost a $3 million reduction. So the second bullet with the CIP handouts, you will see that neither of those CIPs match what was presented in March. They were initially revised to match the new funding amounts that we have available. Priorities were not reorganized. They were just simply moved back to match as funding allowed. So there should be in your handouts. Go ahead. And
importantly, though, this does match what the board approved in our budget, which was the COVID modified budget.
Yes.
The anticipated, conservative, very conservative expected reductions in our revenues.
All right. Tim, can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so the impact of the flat project. With the new budget numbers, it was moving back from fiscal year 28 for construction to fiscal year 29. If we get flat, this award here, it will be brought up to fiscal year 25. So that's kind of the three comparisons we see on this slide here. What was presented back in March, what we have now with the budget available, and then with this new proposal to accelerate with FLAP. So it is a 3-year acceleration, and it is about $750,000 increase in cost overall. You'll see the three different types of costs broken up between engineering, construction, and now this match to central federal lands that would replace those. All right, and Tim, next slide, please. And so this slide here shows that by bringing Perkinsville up to fiscal year 25, these roads will be delayed just from moving that money around. So I won't go through the whole list, but you'll see there's a lot of 1-year, 2-year delays. Stardust, Kachina Trail, Garland Prairie. These roads are all listed out here. These are the impacts of accelerating the Perkinsville project. And I believe that's all I have.
Thank you, Nick, and we'd be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have.
So, Madam Vice Chair, would you mind taking over the meeting for right now? The chair got bumped off and is having some technology challenges. So, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. I am very familiar with this road. I'm really happy that we have an opportunity to do some construction and repairs. It is used by ranchers, many ranchers that are ranching in the area, very recreational area, beautiful place. And so just the opportunity to be able to apply for funding, I think is very important and very really good to learn that this may be happening. Now with the, if there's no additional presentation, I'd like to turn to the board and see if there are any questions from any of the board members.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Supervisor Ryan.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Could you say how beautiful District 3 is again for me, please, Madam Chair?
Not as beautiful as 5, but I will give it that.
I love it. Actually, it's really interesting that we're looking at this strip of the road because it's pretty close to what we used when we were presenting the case of county roads and the need for the Proposition 403. We're already getting the corduroy effect on the roadway. The need obviously is there. And as noted by Supervisor Parks or Supervisor Fowler, there, whether it's need or use, you know, it's a road that, you know, we definitely need to take care of in our inventory. I like the fact that while we're, most importantly, we got to see the impact of the downturn and what's happening. And yet by the same token, how staff is moving forward in a good way on moving on these grants where we can use our money to actually capture more money and get more road miles. And, you know, in and of itself helps our greater program. We don't have to put the money that we're using, the federal money that's helping us with our roads into this road later on, but we could use potentially use it throughout the system. So it doesn't mean we've gotten the grant yet. We're competing well. I like how it's presented with the recognition of the potential downturn and communication is just a big piece as far as the other roads are concerned. you know, there's no guarantee that you stay in a particular year. We have to adapt to each year depending upon what's going on with the economy, et cetera. And it's become a messaging that we continue to repeat, but it helps people understand, you know, how these shift around. So, you know, I appreciate the presentation, but I'll defer to other board members for their comments or questions right now. I'd like to make the motion if I could, if the other board members will let me do that.
We will take that into consideration, Supervisor.
I was waiting for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other comments regarding this project, Supervisor Babbitt and Supervisor Parks?
Well, thank you. I am more than comfortable. I think it's, you know, you got to be opportunistic with these federal programs. And so I'm very supportive of the proposal and the resolution. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Parks?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I too am supportive of this project. This road has been pretty much going to the devil for years, and it's high time that we fixed it. And if we don't, it's going to cost us more money. So I am supportive also. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. And Lucinda, you have any additional comments? Because we have a motion on the floor, and I will entertain a second on that.
Actually, Madam Chair, I haven't made a motion yet, but I'll go ahead and make.
Oh, you haven't. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Do you want to finish with the Lucinda questions, or do you want me to move with the
Lucinda, do
motion?
you have any further comments on this project?
No, I don't. I do see though that Chair Archuleta joined us. She may have comments or questions.
Oh, okay. Supervisor Chair Archuleta.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Feller. Thank you for taking
I
over.
will
I
let you
apologize.
I will let you take over again. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. I appreciate it. I apologize. My computer decided to update right in the middle of our meeting. So, but obviously I heard the entire presentation and much of the discussion. And so I am very supportive of moving forth as well, and don't have any specific questions at this time. The presentation was very thorough. So I understand there's a motion on the floor, and is there a second as well, Vice Chair Fowler?
Madam Chair, there's no motion yet.
There's no motion. Okay.
Yeah, if
Would
you'll
you like
let
to
me.
make that?
Yes, I would. And thank you for coming back, Madam Chair. Vice Chair and Supervisor Fowler was just going to try and keep me from speaking up. I was noting how she mentioned that District 3 was very beautiful. So,
Good for her.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve Resolution 2020-19 regarding the Memorandum of Agreement with the Federal Highway Administration, Central Federal Land Highway Division, and the United States Forest Service to conduct a scoping trip and prepare a project development plan through the Federal Lands Access Program for the project entitled Perkinsville Road Pavement Rehabilitation and Widening with milepost 177 to Hancock Avenue, which is in the city of Williams, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Oh, good.
Supervisor
Thank
Parks.
you. Appreciate that. I've got a little worried that we were going to not assist District 3 here.
Yeah, I was too, Madam Chair.
I was a little slow with my unmute there. Sorry.
No problem. Well, thank you so much. We have a motion and a second to approve this item. If there's no further discussion, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, this passes unanimously. Great, thank you. Thank you, Lucinda and the entire team for the work on this. Appreciate that. We're now going to go to our next item. We're at item number 74. This is a presentation, discussion, and possible direction regarding the Fortet Hill amphitheater. And we have here, and this is also regarding the current contract and performance of the contractor. Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani will introduce the item, and then our Parks and Rec Director Cynthia Nemeth will give the presentation. Lucinda?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today, we are here specifically to discuss the R Entertainment, the current contract for the amphitheater with R Entertainment. And I want to, there's been a number of communications with the board over the last several days, and I want to make sure it's clear in terms of the focus, and what we have agendized for today is specifically to discuss that contract and that contract only. The key question to the board, I think, as the board is aware, the contract expires in November with R Entertainment. Really the key question today is, do you want to allow the R Entertainment contract to expire in November? Or do you want to extend that contract for a term up to 5 years? So the current contract with R Entertainment does provide for the potential extension through mutual agreement up to 5 years. So that's an option, and or to allow the contract to expire. We will not be discussing today, and we will bring back to you in the future. If the board elects to allow the R Entertainment contract to expire, then we will come back to you this fall and have a discussion about where you want to go forward. How do you want to move forward? Do you want to put out an RFP? Do you want to do an assessment of the market before you do that? Do you want to consider having staff manage it for some period of time? Obviously, the operation of an amphitheater is being affected to some extent by COVID. So we're not venturing into that discussion today. We are only agendized today to discuss the existing contract. So, and again, if you direct us to allow that contract to expire, then we will come back to you to have that discussion. If you want to pursue an RFP, what elements you want in that RFP, et cetera. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear in terms of the decision and direction that we're seeking today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you, Lucinda.
Turn it over to
Appreciate that
Cynthia.
clarification. Sure, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. It's good to see you and to be here. I'm going to start by sharing my screen. I've got the presentation here that I want to share, but while this is popping up, assuming that it will, if someone could just confirm that you're seeing my screen.
Yes, we are.
Okay, excellent. I do want to thank folks that may be out in the audience that may have signed in for this presentation. We did invite, obviously, our Parks and Recreation Commission, so there may be some commissioners out there. Thank you for being here and welcome. Also, our entertainment representatives are signed into this Zoom meeting. We also invited local stakeholders and any public that is out there that's here this afternoon. Welcome, and thank you for being here and for your interest in this subject matter and this topic. Just as a brief background of how we got to where we are today, the amphitheater funded through multiple sources, including our CPOS and some grant monies back in the day. Well, it was officially opened in 2006, and our first operator was Pine Mountain Amphitheater, sorry. And then in 2011, the contract was awarded to R Entertainment. Their first contract expired 2015, about 2015, and a new RFP was issued, and R Entertainment was the only submitter of a proposal. Therefore, we entered into another contract with them, and this contract is the one that we're currently in. The term is for 5 years, with the option to renew for an additional 5 years. And that's why we're here today. We're here to talk about that renewal option. So what I'd like to go over today, just some of the highlights of the contract, some of the successes and challenges over the past 5 years, contributions that our entertainment and the impacts that they've had on the Coconino County community. Some potential improvements over the next 5 years, because what I also wanted to mention is that our entertainment has expressed an interest in another 5 years. And then we'll conclude today's discussion about the amphitheater with any of, addressing any of your questions. I'll give you an opportunity to discuss, and then seeking your direction regarding renewal. So our entertainment has provided management and operational services at the amphitheater. And what they've done is they promote it, they coordinate it, they staff it, and they've done so for the past 9 years, and that is over two contracts. They are responsible for operating the concessions, the box office. They provide event and technical equipment. They manage the parking. They take care of janitorial services after events. They do they maintain the upkeep of the venue, and obviously any event tear down and setup that needs to happen. The county, we're responsible for managing the contract, and we also maintain the facility and the grounds. The county holds the liquor license. It's a government Series 5 license over that venue. And the county also owns several appliances such as walk-in cooler, ice machines, speaker hoists, things of that nature. So as I mentioned, and Lucinda also said, the contract is for 5 years with the option to renew, and the first 5 years would expire November 15th. Regarding compensation, the county receives $2 per ticket sold or $40,000, whichever is greater, for our entertainment produced events. Okay, so that's just for their events. Through all events that occur at the amphitheater, if those ticket sales are 17,500 or more, then the operator, our entertainment, would, in terms of revenue share, give the county an additional 10,000 for a maximum of 50. The county's goal is basically to recover its costs, and right now the average, and it fluctuates depending on the year. On average, it costs the county about $25,000 to maintain the amphitheater. However, I think it's important to note that no funds, in addition to the base, to our operational expenses, are set aside for any sort of capital repairs or replacements. For example, those water coolers, those ice machines, hoists, things of that nature. The Parks and Rec Department, we have no concerns if the board chooses to renew this contract. Our entertainment has been a good partner. We've had good conversations of how we would move forward should the board elect to renew for another 5 years. And from the department's perspective, we feel like we have a good working relationship. So the contract calls for 20 event days per year. And here you see over the past 5 years, obviously this year is not in there for the obvious reasons. And you can see where they've landed. In 2016, there were 18 event days, 19 for 2017 and 18. And then last year, they had 20 event dates. You can also see the number of tickets sold and the number of comps issued for those same 4 years. And I've broken those down by how many, the total, and then how many were sold and how many were comped out. Over the course of the past 4 years, the county has received a total of $160,000 from our entertainment. They've met the annual minimum payments, and that was under the contractual clause of $2 per ticket sold, or $40,000, whichever was greater. Some of the challenges that that our entertainment and I talked about was there an ability to program to promote programming off of 89A? So basically, right in front of the park entrance. Our new sign plan has promotions taking place inside the park just to kind of clean up that entrance. But that has created a challenge for them to capture that traffic on 89A as an opportunity to promote what's happening within the park or within the amphitheater. Some of the industry trends are challenges. There's a tendency to see more festivals, and there's a strong tendency for promoters and artists to establish blackout dates where they can't perform so many days before or after a performance, say in Phoenix or in Las Vegas or Albuquerque, which Flagstaff might be within that radius. And artists, also the promoters and artists will have radius clauses where they can perform at a certain location, but within that radius, which I talked about, like Albuquerque, Vegas, and that sort of thing. And the blackout dates is what I kind of missed. So they may not allow for performances within a certain amount of dates or days before or after a performance in one of those locations. The scale of the venue sometimes creates some financial challenges for smaller promoters to kind of fill that venue, because in order to make it feel like you are having a good concert experience, you need to have at least a good 1,000 people in there or more, and the venue holds about 3,000. It also requires heavy promotional efforts outside of Coconino County in order to attract patrons. So our entertainment spends a lot of time, effort, and money promoting the amphitheater in Phoenix and Las Vegas and Tucson, for example. Those are their 3 prime markets. They also expressed that the amphitheater going dark on Labor Day weekend during the fair just reduces their opportunity to book on an important event weekend. Some of the successes over the past 5 years have been their nonprofit fundraising and promotional support. They support nonprofits at their concerts with guitar raffles. They'll have artists sign guitars and then they'll raffle them off, and it'll be in benefit of a local nonprofit. They give out some of those comp tickets that we saw in a few slides back, go to local nonprofits for their silent auctions and whatnot. They're a big supporter of Friends of Coconino County Parks during the county fair. They help them out in operating the alcohol concessions for the county fair. The early bird county rates have been a big success. I believe it's like 200 tickets go out early at a reduced rate for county residents. And the performers really like that venue, so that's a success, right? The amphitheater is a beautiful place to perform, and performers enjoy being there. And they were selected best of flag favorite live venue for the last 3 years. Oh, that was not intended. Some of the economic contributions are something like I mentioned, the nonprofit support through the autographed guitars. They allow nonprofits to set up booths at events, at some of the concerts, the comp tickets for fundraising. They average about $85,000 a year in local wages, and they support local businesses on average just south of $50,000 a year through marketing efforts, product, and whatnot. Approximately 60% of the amphitheater's visitors are from outside of the county, and so we would assume that many of those are spending the night. They're eating at local restaurants. They're gassing up, so they're spending money in our community. And a majority of that 60% is from the Phoenix metro area. And this past year, this summer, they launched the donations for the nation's COVID food drive, and we're able to bring together a multitude of partners and collect over 20,000 pounds of non-perishable foods that were then delivered to our tribal neighbors. Moving ahead, our entertainment is looking forward to continuing some of the already established festivals. They're looking to see them grow and continue to be successful, such as Pickin' in the Pines and the Grateful Festival, Flagstaff Symphony Orchestra, Made in the Shade, who's moved over to the amphitheater as the venue for their event. And they'll continue to book acts and seek a diverse offering of programs. In addition, they have expressed that they would be willing to or interested in investing $100,000 in the next 2 years to go towards new festivals. We talked at an earlier slide that festivals is a trend in the music industry. And some of the music festivals or the types of festivals that they are interested in pursuing or looking into are, those listed here, like a jazz festival, a Christian music, yoga, wine festival, a winter festival, those types of things. They really envision Northern Arizona as being the state capital for summer festivals, similar to Telluride. And I think folks would recognize or who are familiar with Telluride. There literally is a festival there practically every weekend in the summer, whether it be a film festival or a music festival, a very vibrant community. Let's see, and we also talked about working closely with this department, with Parks and Recreation, to provide access, greater access to community groups and how we make that happen. And they also spoke to continuing to support local nonprofits and developing local partnerships. So that's the end of the overview. So I'm happy to address any questions the board might have on the update that I just provided, because then we would be moving into that discussion of where the board how the board would like to move forward, whether that be allowing the agreement to expire or renewing the agreement for anything within 5 years, or renewing altogether for another 5 years, just pursuing that renewal option.
Great, thank you, Cynthia. Can you go back to the slide in terms of revenue thus far? Can you go to the slide where you're talking about revenue? Okay, thank you. That would be great. So, this is their last contract was for 5 years. But so far in 2020, there really hasn't then been any revenue just because of COVID.
Correct. There hasn't been any activity at the amphitheater.
Okay. Because the season, remind us once again, and just for the public's information, is
sure, the season is April, I believe it's April 15 through mid-October.
Okay. All right. And in terms of the projections and what we've received, is this on target with what we were expecting?
Chair Archuleta, well, this is the minimum payment. Based on the contract, this is the minimum that they have to pay because it's a $2 per ticket sold or a $40,000 minimum, unless they reach a total ticket sell of 17,500, which that has not been achieved. So they have met the $40,000 minimum. And, we project conservatively. So yes, we've always projected the 40 and they have met that projection.
Okay, super. Thank you for that clarification. I wanted just to understand what our projections were based on, if it was the, like you say, conservative projections of the 40, or did we have some, aspirational amount that we had projected. All right, thank you. Well, I'm sure there's questions from the board, and of course we'll engage in discussion. So board members, questions?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Babbitt?
So I just one question on the $2 per ticket. So is that the facility fee, $2 per ticket, or how is that? What is the status of the $2 in compared to the facility fee conversation that we've had for a long time?
Chair Archuleta, Supervisor Babbitt, that $2 fee, I think I think originally it was called a facility fee. And in this new contract, it is not defined as a facility fee. It's just defined as a $2 per ticket sold.
Okay.
But originally in previous contracts, I do remember that it was titled a facility fee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's, something that has come up in my 8 years. Almost every year I talk about the importance of that, this notion that we can have facilities but not have any O&M fund stream to them, just does not, it doesn't kind of pencil out from a practical or an operational perspective. So I'm very sorry to see that we are not having a revenue stream that comes out of a user-based system that does not have O&M associated with it for the needs. But I appreciate the clarification.
Absolutely.
I would like to just clarify that, though, that I think that the 40,000, there is some operations and maintenance cost to the county that is covered out of the 40,000, but there is no explicit fund or set up to do replacement, any kind of infrastructure or capital replacement. So you're right, we are lacking that.
And unlike other, this is not set up like the partner revenue shares, like the Flag X's and the snow parks. This is an independent contractor. We are outsourcing the operation of the amphitheater. And I think for that reason, those revenues land in the general fund. They don't land, say, in that partner fund. Just as another point of clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I don't agree with it, but I appreciate what you're saying, and never have never felt like we have been well served by the disconnect of not having a revenue stream serve the maintenance and operational needs of that asset. And so I'll let my colleagues, if they have any questions, and then I'll have some comments when you're looking for direction.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Questions from other board members?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Supervisor Ryan?
And it's just going to clarification. I think when we had the original contract there, when you asked that question, do we have any other objectives in where we go? When we had the original contract, we had different goals established, I guess, which brought us back to a rewrite of the contract. Now that we're looking at it for a review of where we are, we're hitting all the base pieces, it looks like, of what we have. We didn't have another bid. We continued on here with the actual bid that occurred. And it looks like we're meeting our just the base objectives associated with it. There are the points that I'm just glancing at as I look at the presentation right now.
Thank you. Other board members with questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Parks.
Thank you, ma'am. Cynthia, I was wondering, at the $2 per ticket return to the county, what percentage of the ticket price is that? And are they planning on at any time soon raising their ticket prices that to a degree that maybe we might recoup a little more money to take care of the maintenance and those types of things?
Chair Archuleta, Supervisor Parks, I appreciate that question. There is not a set fee for tickets because it depends on the act and how much the act costs, and therefore then that is what establishes the ticket price. So ticket prices vary from show to show and from event to event, depending on the event. And so it's never been a percentage of that. I think you might find in the industry, that it's there's a per ticket price, but a percentage is not something that we've explored in the past. Not to say that it couldn't be in the future.
Well, I'm I'm sure that if that's how you do it, that's probably the way it's kind of done all over. I'm sure that Supervisor Babbitt has a better idea of this than what I have. So I'll leave it up to him when he makes his statement in a few minutes to kind of clarify that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other comments, questions?
So yes,
Go
I'm
ahead,
just
Vice
wondering,
Chair.
I'm just trying to, I'm thinking that maybe we need to explore other ways of doing the contract so that we may be able to fully cover our costs and make a little bit of revenue so that we might be able to do more. There's so much that needs to be done at Fort Tuthill that this could be a way of helping us through that. So I'm gonna have to, seems like there needs to be maybe at a percentage rather than $2 per ticket. So maybe I need to understand how it's run better. I believe that we've been going through this process for some time now, and we really didn't have a lot of applications the last time. So I guess I'm just thinking out loud right now. So thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please go ahead, Supervisor Rand.
Thank you. And then, Cynthia, just a question. If you were in discussions with the current, with our entertainment, the idea of doing concerts every weekend is appealing. It's one that I've been asking about probably since we launched into a lot of this stuff. And what have the discussions been of why not in the past 4 years, why the recommendation in the future? Or maybe it is an element of it, it was a little bit of a hybrid, but I don't know what your conversations have been there.
Chair Archuleta, Supervisor Babbitt, they have actually worked closely with the Grateful Festival, the Taco Festival that was mentioned earlier, are some of those festivals that they have they started or have been working with and tried to make successful. They, I think, now recognize that, you know, that festival model is something that can really work. And, you know, we did not talk about why there wasn't more of an emphasis in the past on those that they would like to, that they talked about moving, you know, investing in. But, you know, what I can say is that my sense was that, you know, they just recognize that, you know, that the festival model, you know, works. And they have, you know, participated in some of these others. Like I said, let's see, we can go back to this, the Taco Festival. They've worked with the folks that put on the Grateful Festival to see that successful, and the Jamboree. You know, just working closely with Picking in the Pines and Made in the Shade, for example, to make, you know, to see what they could do to enhance those events. And then there was great conversations this year with the Flagstaff Symphony Orchestra to kind of create more of a summer series, not necessarily a festival, but a summer series of concerts. But I guess to more directly answer your question, I think they recognize now that there's, you know, that's a good model and they're willing to invest in it.
Thank you.
Cynthia, you had spoken a little bit about, in addition to the $2 per ticket that the county gets, that there's also, you had mentioned that they take care of the facility, clean the facility, I believe. Can you go over that again? And then have we placed a value on that, like a dollar amount on that portion of the work?
Supervisor Archuleta, what a great question. So in terms of putting a value on what they do out there, I have not done that, nor have I thought to ask about it. But I mean, we look at least we can look to their wages, and that's about $85,000 a year. So, you know, you can factor that in. But then, you know, they're also responsible for the marketing, which, you know, and we looked at how they market in you know, Phoenix and Las Vegas and in Tucson. So, you know, we can assume that there's some expense, you know, quite a bit of an expense there. They are managing concessions, so there's an expense, but, you know, that is a place where they're gonna hopefully, you know, get a return on. But, you know, they gotta put up money for inventory. They gotta run the box office. You know, technical and event equipment. They have bought a variety of, you know, like tents and seating and additional tables and things like that. And then, you know, the janitorial and housekeeping thing and the event setup and tear down and the security and all that. I think we can, you know, that's part of that $85,000, plus then you add the marketing and those other things that are listed here.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help?
It does, yes. Thank you. Okay. So I know you said a representative of our entertainment was joining us as well, and so are there any questions, board members, that Cynthia couldn't answer, or that you would like expanded upon by our entertainment?
Supervisor Archuleta, there's one really important expense that I didn't mention, and that's the expense of the actual acts that they promote to bring in, and that's a huge expense.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Thank you for that. Okay, well then why don't we go ahead and engage in some discussion about the options. Supervisor Babbitt, it looks like you turned on your camera. Did you want to start?
Yeah, that'd be great. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the conversation. And And, you know, I have, this is a tough industry, and I've sat in that industry for, in previous years with my private sector hat on. And on a good day, it's a tough industry. And when you have disruptions that we are seeing today, it makes a tough industry brutal. And that's why we have seen, you know, the virtual elimination of any type of performance and venue operations, and that's impacting this community, it's impacting this county, it's impacting employees, and it's impacting the artists as well. So it's really, we are in a time in this sector, in this entertainment and management, venue management and promotion sector that, you know, we've obviously never seen before. has brought some awesome shows to this. They have to this community. They have produced some events and promoted some events here that are really special. I don't have anything but you know, supportive words for their work that they have done in terms of individual acts. This is tough in Flagstaff for a couple of reasons. One is we have a pretty small market here. You know, it's maybe on a good day, a couple 100,000 people. You know, in this general region, so you got to grab from afar. And so it's well positioned from a transportation perspective, but it is really challenged from a basic kind of market support demographic. So I also really strongly believe coming from this is when you have this disruptions like you're currently seeing, this is the time actually to kind of double down and go for innovation, new opportunities, new proposals. And I think that we have had 10 years under a model. I think that is a reasonable amount of time. I think competition spurs innovation and creativity and collaboration and relationships. So I'm a big proponent of that. And, you know, one of the things that, I was looking at the agenda and so there is a question on direction with the contract, but it's also a very broadly written agenda item. I don't think you can kind of separate the why of the contract currently with what the next step is for me personally. So I think the notion of wanting to terminate at 10 years, this contract is really clear to me. That's in the best interest of, I think, the operational component out at the amphitheater. I think it's also in the best interest of the taxpayers here to instill some competition and make people get pencil sharpeners out and produce some marketplace of good ideas. So I'm very much supportive of that. I do want to make a comment on what set of glasses the county puts on when we look at this amphitheater. If we all remember that kind of pyramid of parks and recreation where you have public benefit and public benefit on the bottom of the pyramid, and at the top is individual privatized benefit. That's where the amphitheater is for the most part. This is a for-profit, largely endeavored operation. And so it does concern me when our objective is to just cover costs in that framework. Our objective should be to provide some foundational support for a facility that we then share in the upside on. It should, because this is not a Parks and Rec free programming piece. This is a high dollar, highly speculative capitalistic endeavor. And we should have our expectations on return set within that structure is my personal perspective. So I do want to I hope we can get beyond the notion of just us wanting to cover costs. We should be playing with upsides that are mutual with our private sector partners. And so I really look forward to that. I am fully supportive of ending 10 years of contract and quickly going into the issuance of an RFP that will get people's pencils sharpened and get people who are engaged in this industry. And there's some very high capacity folks who've reached out to the board on this. There's some local folks. We have an amazing set of local talent here. I think one of the issues is in the consolidation of this industry, there may be some things we wish don't happen. And that is, in that consolidation, local independent operators can get lost and they lose often. So it is something for us to keep our eyes open. That piece will probably be for another discussion on another day, but I am very comfortable opening this back up and not renewing the contract as proposed.
Thank you. Others?
This is Supervisor Parks. Madam Chair. Okay,
Go ahead, Supervisor.
thank you. I was just wondering if we let this contract go, and as Supervisor Babbitt said, we could explore other possibilities. Is one of the possibilities a chance to have multiple organizations come in there to run that amphitheater, like we do with, say, the rodeo arena and grandstand? Could we have, like we have horse shows and we have rodeo and we have other things that go on there at the rodeo grounds besides just rodeo? Is there a possibility that multiple groups could come in there and they could all contribute to the bottom line of what we would get as an income from that property?
Cynthia, would you like to comment on that?
Sure, absolutely. Chair Archuleta, Supervisor Parks. I would say, Supervisor Parks, that could be a model where you have a facility operator, and it's and they work with various promoters that want to use the facility, right? I would also say that whoever, if the operator of the venue happens to also be a promoter, they too could be very open to allowing other users of that facility. For example, the Pickin' in the Pines and the Flag Symphonies and the Maid in the Shades, but more of them, right? So I think that with the existing model, that can work, and it does work. Could it work to a larger degree? I think so, and that's why staff is committed, whether it's our entertainment or whoever's operating it, to work really closely with the contractor and whoever's the contractor and whoever's there to ensure that it is open to a large variety of folks. But one model could be simply to have someone just manage the venue, and then they bring in the staff to operate concessions and to have the security and to maybe the box office and whatnot, and folks just come and rent the facility. I would say, however, that this is a facility that is much more technical in nature than, say, the arena or even the quad for that matter. And so in my sense is that we would probably want more supervision of how the facility is being utilized with a simple facility rental model. Does that help?
Yes, I think so. Thank you, Cynthia.
You're welcome.
Other comments?
Madam Chair, this is Lena. I like to see us, I think this is an opportunity for us to see if there's any others out there that would like to bid as and for our county to look at new models. Is there another model that might work better for us? So I would be in favor of reopening this discussion and trying to see how we may be able to have a better contract. So that would be my input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
Let's see,
Chair.
Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, I guess I'm lagging on weighing in on this. You know, the amphitheater, I go back to when I sat on the master plan way back when. I'm guilty of throwing that concept out there based on, you know, my past experiences. What do we do? And then we went and we were fortunate enough to go through a land acquisition and get a state trust piece on the south end. And then we were fortunate enough to get a state parks grant to build the base of the amphitheater, but we couldn't afford to build the rest of the amphitheater. Then we got C-posts and we were able to build it out. And then I think we've continued to evolve. And then, you know, how do we wrestle it with locals versus others, nonprofits, when it's used, when and how it's used. But, you know, a point that Art did make is that it is this is a commercial venue that we put together. My question about the concert piece is, you know, I can envision different themes every weekend. You know, I know we've talked about that now and again, and we're getting there, but we're not there, and we've been through. I guess we're at 15 years now. Is it? That seems like we did it even more than that, but maybe that was building it. But anyway, you know, I think it's time to pause for our entertainment. I think they're hearing us. You know, they have the opportunity if we say let's cancel the contract right now. What is the new opportunity? There are unique times. I understand that. You know, we need to try and navigate through. There is a risk associated with that. The other piece of it, you know, wander through some of the other conversation. I agree with what Art's saying. We need to invest in our facilities. Investing in what they do only up to a point. You know, there is a risk. There's a reason we put it out to bid. We bring in people that are specialized in this. And that was a piece that we wrestled through in the past. I think 1 or 2 years there, we tried to let county staff try and figure out, you know, how do we attract a venue, and it's not our area of expertise. Not to get after county staff so much as this is highly specialized in what can occur here. But we've built a very good venue. There are potential opportunities, I think, out there, and it's time to pause and relook at it and see what may come in the window if we put it back out to RFP. So I'd like to pause and you know, see if we can go for a restructure. We've been through 10 years of this. You know, let's take a look at it.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Well, wonderful. I would like to weigh in as well. And so this is where we're at right now is I think a very good opportunity to think about the next, you know, 5 years or more with the amphitheater. And you don't always get this opportunity to, you know, pause and force a rethinking and a reinventing of the way you do business. COVID-19 is causing that. And everyone and all businesses that serve the public and provide entertainment or food or services are having to reinvent themselves. And so to me, this seems like a perfect time to be able to do that. We obviously haven't had a season in 2020 because of COVID-19. We don't expect to have a season for I think we're not expecting to have a season for the rest of the year, because any window of opportunity will be closed because of weather, as we move into past fall and winter months. And so I think it is an opportunity just to pause and to ask, what is out there, and be aspirational. I mean, it's a wonderful, not only community asset and county asset, it is a regional asset. I mean, the programming and the activities and festivals or concerts attract people from not only the valley, but the potential to attract people from all over the state. And so I think it is a good opportunity, and to see what comes forth in terms of thinking about the next 5 years. How do we bring COVID and this pandemic into the mix? I mean, we don't know how long this is going to last, if there's going to be a reoccurrence. How is that going to be dealt with? How does that affect programming? I mean, obviously the entertainment industry is thinking through that. And so I'd like to see what is out there. And I think we could actually turn this, if an RFP, it could be turned pretty quickly. And I would encourage all entities who wish to, including the current contractor, who wish to put forth a proposal to do so. I think, again, we have a little bit of the fact that we don't have a season right now. We could put together a process in the RFP. Staff could do that. It could be, the RFP could be advertised, and we could conceivably have somebody ready to go by late spring, first part of summer. That's a pretty assertive schedule, but I feel like it's doable. So that's where I'm at. And again, I think it's doable. In the meantime, if there was something in early spring where somebody wanted to rent the amphitheater, or then we do have our Parks and Rec staff who are very capable, who would be able to do that, whether it be for, whatever event, a wedding or rental of it. And, that's something that certainly we can handle internally. Other thoughts? Okay, then Supervisor Ryan? Were you
Yeah,
gonna say
actually,
something?
yeah, I sit here and I think, oh gosh, I have a dream. We all have a dream of there's great potential, we believe, and just trying to find the right piece. We're getting there, where it keeps improving, but it's I think it's worth exploration associated with it. It would be interesting, to hear a little bit of where the community would be associated with this as well. But anyway, yeah, I have a lot of thoughts in my head, but I better just we're getting close to where we go with this item right now. So I'll pause and wait for those type of conversations at another time.
Yeah, well, I do want to acknowledge that one of our Parks and Rec commissioners, Brian Blue, wanted to be able to speak to the board, and so I would welcome that as a member of the Parks and Rec Commission. So why don't we go ahead and ask
Mr. Blue, if you just unmute,
to
you
weigh
can
in.
speak.
Thank you very much. Actually, you've migrated through the questions that I had and the suggestions I had. So I think we need to recognize that our entertainment has done a yeoman's job in trying to make this venue work. They've been extremely flexible, extremely personable. But I do think I agree with the majority of you that it's time to send it out to an RFP and see if there's other people with other skill sets that might add additional value to this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, one just quick point, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
So just on the timing piece, so I totally appreciate what you're saying. The entertainment production and management business has a fairly long lead time in front of it. So, we're going to start coming around the horn into fall, and it will start getting pushed out already to next year, even if things track positively on this. So there's an argument to say, with this uncertainty, this is the time to take the time and have the conversations now, because nothing is going to get loaded. A robust season is not going to get loaded by January of 2021. I mean, there's going to be a whole series of impacts that are going to play out, and so I think that's just another reason to say, hey, this may be the right, although very painful disruption, the right disruption to go ask the question and kind of call the question.
Well, I appreciate that kind of that time, that reality check of the time frame. And yeah, I think the fact that we are in this this situation in our state, in our country, where there's people that are not attending events with large numbers of folks, is a time for us to be able to do this work. And so, and I appreciate, I think it was you, Supervisor Ryan, that mentioned about hearing from the public. I mean, certainly the process that we would put together, that staff would recommend and put together, would be a very much so a public process. I mean, I could see that there could be input from the public through surveys and through a number of different ways of getting that to get some ideas on what might people really enjoy having out there, and what are their aspirations. And so it certainly will involve getting that type of information from our community members. Cynthia, do you have the direction that you need?
I do have the direction that I need. I agree with Supervisor Babbitt that, time is of essence in order for anybody to make a success out of next year. Our entertainment, was looking, was needing to book acts that they were not able to book this year. So they're actually looking for venues to book these folks. It's kind of where we had that conversation back in June about that 1-year extension. So we might be able to work with them and hopefully, kind of maybe through the department, kind of build that out a little bit with them. But yes, time is of essence, and we do absolutely need to move quickly on this in order for anybody to be successful next season.
Okay.
I think it's very clear that the board wants to move forward with allowing the expiration to take place and to consider a new RFP. I totally agree. This is a really good opportunity to take a step back and really take a bigger look at a number of issues that were raised, from infrastructure support through pricing, everything, multiple operators, all those questions and ideas that came forward are great. And we'll certainly have time to explore those. But it was good. We really appreciate the clear direction today so that we can provide that communication to our entertainment. I think that's really important and fair in terms of our process. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and please, in closing this session, I do want to express our appreciation to our entertainment for their partnership. I mean, obviously, today's presentation by the staff has included just how wonderful they've been able to work with them and their commitment to the amphitheater and to providing the entertainment and opportunities out there. And so really appreciate that, and look forward to our future discussions as we decide how to move forward and seeing what other ideas are out there. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to go on to our next session. Thank you. Okay, board members, why don't we take like a brief bio break? Can we take 5 minutes and just have a break, get some water, and meet back here? Let's do, it's going to be about 4 minutes, 4:25, please. It's 4:21 right now. Thanks. Okay, thank you. We're back from our 4-minute recess, and we are going to go on to our next item on our agenda, and that is, excuse me, I've lost my agenda on my screen.
Legislative.
County Manager Jane, is it legislative report?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Chair. And so Eric is
Super.
prepared to give the legislative report, including preparing for CSA submittals.
Okay, super. Thank you. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Eric Peterson, Public Affairs Director. Want to really appreciate the time today. The main thrust of our time is the CSA Legislative Summit, which happens in October. All of you are well aware of the process of the Legislative Summit, and our deadline for the CSA submissions are coming up on the 17th, which is next Monday. So this is our one board time to discuss board priorities to submit in the name of Coconino County. Just to give you an update on a couple items. First of all, for the board members, please look at your email. Penny Adams has sent out a survey that is very important about whether sort of how the legislative summit will be held. And obviously with the COVID pandemic underway, how that will be conducted. And so that is important. Please respond. I think it's Thursday. So if each of you could respond, that would be great to Penny. Secondly, I just confirmed with CSA last week, other issues that CSA will be bringing up from a coalition perspective, or that we know are coming from other counties already that have been issues that we are interested in. The All-Tax Aging and Long-Term Care System, PSPRS paydowns will be brought forward by CSA, as will transportation funding and support for infrastructure investment in that regard. There is also another county that has submitted a proposal to increase the gas tax. So we will have a transportation discussion at the CSA Legislative Summit in whatever form it is held. And then also there has been, we are going to talk about broadband here. There is a proposal coming, I believe, from Gila County, if I understood it correct, to bring broadband up as well in regards to a county improvement district. So to lay on a local tax of some nature, if authorized by the legislature, to help support broadband investment. But Madam Chair and Supervisors, in connection with our team, talking with CSA, with Todd Medexa, our state advocate through Elevated Advocacy, who is on the line, should we need to talk with him. We really are bringing forward two items for your consideration to go to the CSA Legislative Summit. One, and I'll start with that, is, and I emailed these both to you. If you'd like me to share them on the screen, just let me know and I'll be happy to do that. The first is
Eric, go ahead and do that, okay?
Yep, will do. So I'll pull it up here. Let me, as soon as I find, there we go. Let's start with this one and then I'll get to the right Word document. So I hope, can you all see that? Oops, there we go. Can you see that form up on the screen? Vacation rentals. Supervisors?
Eric, this is Marie. I believe you have the wrong document posted.
Wrong document.
Thank you. Okay, let me just stop sharing. Sorry, folks. It's much easier on Teams for me. There we are. Now they're all there. Vacation rentals, sorry, 1490. SB 1490 is the retread of last year, which I believe you can see now. I hope this is working correctly. This is the bill last year we did along with the assessors. The assessors are sending that to ACO as well. And that the bill again makes the commercial definition of short-term rentals for taxation purposes. The assessors have submitted this to ACO. Yavapai County has submitted a proposal very similar to this, that CSA would partner with ACO. So we're bringing this forward for your consideration to send down to CSA for the summit to again say that we would partner with ACO on that bill. I'll pause for questions there. All right.
Okay, any feedback on that?
Just if I may, Madam Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm getting it all over my district still in terms of there is an opportunity here with short-term rentals, but by the same token, there are impacts, and then there's the equity discussion. So, and we almost got it over. It was moving quite well last year. It would be really good if we can capture that momentum and stay with that.
Is there anyone that objects to that? Are we all fine with moving this forward?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair.
Okay, I am as well. Supervisors Fowler and Supervisor Parks, are you fine with this one?
I am, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it is a very important legislation. We've been having discussions about it in the communities as well as the board, and really happy to be partnering with the assessors on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Eric, the next one.
All right, and then sorry for the misshare there earlier. The next one is the broadband issue. So I think all of us are familiar. In the budget this past year, the governor proposed before COVID-19 to create smart highway corridors along I-17 in our neck of the woods from Sunset Point up to Flagstaff, and then across the east to west portions of the state on I-40, along with a portion of I-19 from Tucson down to Nogales. That has moved forward slightly, not because of the budget, but under CARES funding with the COVID-19 pandemic. The governor has been able to allocate funds to do the portion of I-17 from Sunset Point to Flagstaff, and then that portion down from Tucson to Nogales. But federal approval is still required for those two projects. So the governor has prepared the funding. Obviously, it is not yet finalized. This proposal, should we to take it up, would say that CSA would support state funding, leveraging federal funding for the complete package of I-19, 17, and 40 that was originally proposed, part of which has been sort of moved forward, partly. And then also I added, consistent with our past concerns, to have Highway 89 up to Page in the Utah border be included in that funding. And I know Matt Fowler and his team have worked hard, and we have received some planning grants to look at that, and that is underway. But again, to call it to make this more of a CSA proposal rather than just Coconino, to support funding for those types of infrastructure investments and to leverage federal funding for that. You can see the counties that would be in the bottom on the stakeholders there would be affected. And so that is the proposal that we drafted after conversations with a few of you about broadband. Again, we don't have to finalize the language today, but that's due Monday. But we do need to make sure the board does want to move forward with this proposal or not for submission to CSA.
Okay, board members, are we fine with moving forth with broadband?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So thanks, Eric. Yeah, totally support this, but I think Eric might have been on the call with NACOG. I know Chris was with Rich Bowen. You know, there is a whole group, whole set of conversations coming up on a more coordinated regional approach. And interestingly, you know, that is a lot about the middle mile, you know, trunk lines off of these spurs. So I'm just wondering if there's something if we should look at integrating that piece into this in any way. And I'm just putting it out there, Eric. I think you'll know whether it's the right thing or not the right thing to do, but it's certainly something that is coming up across counties on accessing these major trunk lines with all the regional hubs that need to kind of spur off of this.
Supervisor Babbitt, I don't think there's any reason we can't bring up those trunk lines in the middle mile. That is really one of the big challenges that that the state is really primed to help address. I think there's going to be some potential federal resources to deal with these large projects, the smart highway corridors and such. But then really moving into that middle mile is an area where we're going to need help from the state and continued investment. The governor has been good about calling for investment. ACA is in that same spot. So I think there's some validity and we can certainly wrap that in.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. this really is, I guess, is going to complement the feasibility study that our department is conducting. So I am very supportive of this. I think it's just anything we can do for the broadband and that connectivity, and having lot of partnership across the state with all organizations and tribes, I think is very important. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam
Great.
Chair,
Go
I'll
ahead, Supervisor Ryan. Mhm.
Yeah,
Oh, no, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, great. Just to put my 2 cents in on this. It makes absolute sense. There's a lot of momentum. We've been advocating for it forever, off and on, and now we're real close to getting the investment from the feds, from the state in here for these corridors. So yeah, it makes perfect sense, both for the economic development and, you know, you look at the rural nature of what's around us, and the attempts to conduct school, you know, gives you a lot of credence of this is the right thing to do, and definitely something that we definitely want to push for and work together with CSA on.
Mhm. Okay. Great. Well, then, those were the 2. Anything else?
Just one question, Madam Chair.
Sure, go ahead.
Is it 89 or 89A going up to Page?
It's 89. That was my fault. Sorry.
Okay.
I realized
Okay.
it as I looked at it today.
I mean, we'll take it down to Sedona if you want, but I think we probably want to go up 89. All right. Great.
The environmental impact statement of trying to get that fiber through Oak Creek might be an issue. So I will update that. Madam Chair, I have a short update on unemployment. Treasurer Benatar is with us because the treasurers are submitting a item to ACO, which she and I have talked, and we both agree that this is not an item to take to CSA, but it is important that you as the board sort of understand the treasurer's property tax proposal. So I believe Treasurer Benatar should be a panelist and able to join us. Yes. So I'm going to give her just 3-4 minutes, if I can, Madam Chair, for you and the board to discuss that, and then I'll brief you on unemployment, if that works.
Sure. Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you, Treasurer Benatar. Please tell us about the proposal.
Thank you, Chairwoman Archuleta, members of the board, and thank you, Eric, for inviting me and being able to share this with you. So the county treasurers are submitting to ACO property tax deferral update. So right now there is statutes in Title 42 that have a deferral program in Arizona. Unfortunately, across the state right now, only one individual qualifies for the program. So the numbers in the statutes haven't been updated since they were first introduced in the 90s. And so examples of that are the valuation of the property must be $150,000 or less. There's income requirements such as $10,000 or less, age requirements, which right now are 70. So we are looking to update those statutes to be more inclusive of where incomes are right now, specifically following the federal Social Security and COLA increases, be in line more with valuations across the state. And then making it where it would, the age requirements would be 65 instead of 70, and also adding in there for those individuals who meet the disabled persons guidelines as set forth in statute, which is 42-11111. So that is what we're bringing and we're proposing. We feel this is a great opportunity to address right now some of the financial struggles our property owners are facing. And the deferral statutes, I do want to clarify, because I know there's been a lot of questions on this, whether it means that the taxing districts won't be made whole, and they will. So the way the deferral works is you have to apply. If you do meet the requirements, then what happens is you have to apply per year, I should say. If you meet the requirements, then what will happen is that either the county treasurer or the state treasurer will invest in that year worth of taxes, and then they would carry it as an investment in their books. It would not have to be paid back by the property owner until they either no longer qualify for the program, if the residence is no longer their primary home, if they do, if they pass away, and there's a few other requirements in statute. So it's a win-win. It helps property owners out who may be struggling, and it also allows districts to be made whole. With that, I will, if anyone has any questions, I would hopefully be able to answer them.
Thank you so much. Questions for Treasurer Benatar? Okay, Treasurer Benatar, when are the proposals due to ACO?
So the proposals were actually due to ACO, I believe it was last week, beginning of August. So it's already been submitted. We will be voting, we typically vote in the November board meeting as to what positions will be adopted by ACO as part of their platform. But this is something that the treasurers have actually been working on since about February, March of this year in response to a different bill, 2445. So we will be pushing hard for this to go through ACO.
Mm-hmm. And again, you said the deferral is for how long?
So it's tied to certain requirements. And so in statute that includes if you no longer meet the requirements to have the deferral, then you do have to pay it back immediately. If an example of that is if the property is no longer your primary residence, if your income goes up, if you pass away, that's when they would pay it back. The best way to think of this program is like a reverse mortgage. And so you don't pay it back until you pass away or it's no longer your primary residence. So it's targeted more towards lower income seniors and those with disabilities.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And have you all discussed then what the income level is going to be? Is it going to be updated to what the federal poverty level is, or for a greater amount in more high cost cities, or what's the criteria on that?
So right now what we agreed on, and of course there's always room to work on, but right now the statute says $10,000. We have updated that to $20,000. So the maximum for SSI is just over $14,000 a year. States can add an extra $400 a month for supplement. So that's how we got to the $20,000 a year. We do have built in there the COLA adjustments that are set forth by the federal Social Security. So we have in there that it's $20,000 plus any COLA adjustments set by the feds.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay. And you may have shared this with Eric already, and if you have no problem, we can get it from him. But can we just read can we have a copy of the actual submittal just to be able to see the language? I think that'd be super helpful.
Yes, I shared it with Eric, I believe the most recent version, but I will also make sure that I'll send him a follow-up email and make sure he has the most updated version that we have.
Okay, great. And Treasurer Benatar, are you the current president of the Treasurers Association? Is that correct?
I am. So back in April, the treasurers elected that I would stay on as president through COVID pandemic. So I was not anticipating it to go on as long as it has. But right now I am still the president of the Arizona County Treasurers Association.
Okay, great. Well, congratulations to you. All right. Well, thank you. And so I think appreciate the presentation. And then once board members read like all of it, if there's any questions, we can certainly, visit with you directly or, or through, also through Eric as well, if he, wants to be able to work with you and ACO on any questions that we have. But we know you're always a phone call away and accessible, so we can always just pick up the phone and call you. Okay.
Thank you, and please do.
Okay, super. Thank you so much. Eric?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly will do. Just once we have the ACO proposals and the CSA proposals similar to last year, I'll reach out and we'll try to schedule through Zoom this time, meeting for the board and the elected officials to come together and talk through both organizations' proposals, just to give everyone a heads up of what's coming at them.
Mm-hmm. Great.
So just briefly on unemployment, Madam Chair, I wanted to answer some questions that people have asked. The president did sign an unemployment action over the weekend, one of the executive orders, and it's just generally understood to be a $400 extended benefit, down from the $600 that was in place through Congress. There's going to be a legal challenge. It is highly unlikely that the president's order is legal, given that it's essentially a new unemployment program without Congress acting. However, that said, it's presumed legal. The $400 is split 75-25 with the state. So the president has made available Department of Homeland Security disaster relief funding to move into this unemployment fund to really provide $300 a week in an extra benefit. The 25% of that, $100 a week, has to come from the state. The president originally said state can take it out of its CARES funds that it is holding. And since then, the Ohio governor, Mike DeWine, has said, actually, I want to count the 100, a piece of the regular unemployment that the state trust fund is already paying as that 100. And the Treasury Department has essentially allowed that through some of the guidance that's issued to states, which means that in effect, the benefit that those on unemployment would receive from what the president has done, should it be implemented fully here in Arizona, would be $300 a week if the governor does not put more funding into that. So I wanted to make that clear. I do want to thank Cindy Wilson, was on the phone with DES this morning. They are really struggling to figure out how they're going to make this all fit into place. And because the state trust fund is not doing well with all the unemployment benefits that have been sought to this date and to this point. So there is $1.2 billion in the trust fund. They can spend down a lot of that, certainly, but the standards of reserves that they would like to keep indicates that they should hang on to a chunk of it. So I just wanted to let everyone know, certainly happy to answer questions about unemployment as they come up, but that has been a prevailing question asked of us and by many folks. And so wanted to just give everyone an update. And that's my report for this week.
Super. Thank you, Eric. We're going to go ahead and go on with our next item, which is the COVID update. And just want to acknowledge that we are up against the clock here. So we're going to try to abbreviate some of these presentations, but rather hit the most important bits of information. Go ahead, Dr. Peoples.
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, County Manager Jane. Appreciate the opportunity to present on the county COVID-19 response. When we started this journey, it was March. Who would have thought we would be here in mid-August having the same discussion? So the good news is that we have continued to respond to COVID, I think in the best manner that we possibly could. Really proud of the work that we've continued to put out. And of course, that has been through the support of the Board of Supervisors and County Manager. So we continue to thank you for that support. So there are currently 3,009 confirmed cases across the county, resulting in a 10% positivity rate. I'm going to share my screen. So what you see there, or hopefully you should see there, Madam Chair, is the weekly case counts among Coconino County residents. And you can see that we have a downward trajectory, which is terrific news for our state. And then on this slide, what we can see is community breakout. So, we still have some higher case numbers that are being reported each week, but we can see again in each community, with the exception of Williams, we've seen that downward trajectory. So again, very good news for our community. So then moving on, we continue, I'll update on testing. We've continued to run the Fort Tuthill testing operation site Monday through Friday from 10 to 3 p.m. Some days have been upwards of close to 500 specimens collected, which has been a huge accomplishment. Other days are right around that 150 mark. Regardless of the specimens collected, we continue to be the primary, if not only, free testing site available for Coconino County community members. And we're averaging, depending on the day, in between 10 to 20% of out-of-county individuals coming for specimen collection as well, which just shows the need for the resource. We've had an exciting development. Yesterday was our first day of surge testing. This is through partnership with Federal Health and Human Services. This opportunity came to us very quickly. We were given about 48 hours to decide if we were going to stand up surge testing or if we were going to decline having the asset. Because we are Coconino County, of course we rose to the challenge. And there are so many people that I would like to be able to thank for being able to stand in. And the labor of work to stand up 3 very different sites in just the course of a week was really impressive. And I've got to mention Wes Deason and Kim Musselman. There's tons of other team members, but it's been really impressive. So what does surge testing mean? What this is a self-administered nasal swab. So individuals do their own nasal swabbing while a medic watches and coaches them through it. It's a completely non-contact operation. I have not yet had this type of swab, but I am told that it is much better than the regular nasal pharyngeal, which is what is typically offered. The swab is much shorter than the regular one and is supposed to be kind of compact in size like a Q-tip. But through this opportunity, we have 20,000 test kits. We have stood up sites in Williams. We've given over our Fort Tuthill site for 2 weeks, and then we have established a site at NAU's campus. And so over the course of these 2 weeks, we'll have, again, the 20,000 test kits to burn through. We're really hoping that community members will join us. The hours at each of those sites, they're on our website, but I can share them real quickly. Fort Tuthill drive-through is 12 to 8 p.m. Williams drive-through and walk-up is also from 12 to 8 p.m. And then NAU's, which is also open to community members, is at the field house, and it is walk-up testing, and it's from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. And all of these are 7 days a week for the 2 weeks, which also offers a nice variety of hours for community members to be able to get to. I do want to share, I need to mention Public Works staff. They've also been incredibly helpful in helping us pivot and set up these different sites and plan for traffic control. So HHS, the federal HHS, is paying for the majority of this. They're paying for the laboratory services. A private laboratory in California receives the specimens on a daily basis. And so through that partnership, that's what's happening. HHS also pays for the medics and the majority of the staffing that are each of the 3 sites. We also have National Guard support as well. So what we're providing is the logistical support and 2 staff members minimum to be at each of the sites to help with the paper collection and just to make sure that the PPE, the personal protection equipment, is being utilized thoroughly. So it's been a really nice partnership. Are there any questions about the surge testing, Madam Chair?
No, just thank you for taking advantage of the opportunity for our community.
Thank you. So then I'll move on real quickly to a schools update. As the board knows, in order to facilitate regular communication with the school superintendents, both public and charter schools, we have established a biweekly meeting. This has been occurring for quite some time. The biweekly meetings just allow a forum for an exchange of ideas. We can share the latest COVID data. The school superintendents or their representatives can share what their greatest challenges and successes are. They've for the majority of them have requested feedback on their reopening plans from our technical reentry review team, and we've continued to do that. Our next meeting is tomorrow, and it's incredibly timely. On August 7th, the Arizona Department of Health Services released benchmarks for schools to utilize to safely reopen when they get to that point. And I'm going to share my screen again real quick, just so I can show what those benchmarks look like. Okay, so what you should see there It really looks like the stoplight approach. So green is good, yellow caution, and then of course red means a no-go. And so the optimal one being the green is that a minimal of 10 cases per 100,000 and less than a 5% positivity rate, and then less than a 5% COVID-like illness. So that might be flu or other illnesses that are presenting within the school as well, or within communities as well, excuse me. That one is going to be the most difficult one to report on because it does lag, and what our hospitals receive is a little bit different. But ADHS is going to be putting this out for each of the counties for the schools to use as benchmarks. And this is really good information and it's helpful, but our teams really quickly realized, as large as Coconino County is, how meaningful is that going to be for each of these superintendents to make some really difficult decisions? So I'm really also proud to share that our team has continued to be forward leaning. And what we have done is reached out to different superintendents, including Dr. Lewis, our superintendent of schools, and we have learned the zip codes that those individual school districts pull from. And we've created our own benchmarks to align with ADHS, but using zip code level for each of the school districts so they can have some more personal and more localized data. So we've sent that out, a draft of that, to each of those superintendents ahead of our meeting tomorrow, and we look forward to receiving feedback on that. And each of the board members will find a copy of that in your email as well, and we look forward for your feedback on that. And it's going to be imperfect because there's so much school choice in Arizona that zip codes don't always align. So what we've really done is just taken the greatest majority of zip codes. So there's still going to be some overlap, but hopefully it's one more data tool in their toolbox. That's really all the updates I had to share, Madam Chair. Kim Musselman, Interim HHS Director, had some additional updates that she was going to share as well, unless there's any other questions for me.
Any questions for Marie? Okay, Kim, go ahead. Thank you, Marie.
All right, thank you, Chair Archuleta and Supervisors. Good afternoon. In the interest of time, I just want to hit on a couple of things to share with you. The first one being an update on our Tier 1 alternative care site, the Aspen Hotel operation. Last week, staff submitted an application for an extension of funding for our Tier 1 alternative care site operation. It was submitted to DEMA again to secure funding. Currently, right now, we are approved through August 19th. So we submitted the information that was requested back on August 7th, requesting an additional 30-day extension. DEMA and unfortunately, more importantly, FEMA will not allow us to ask for an extension beyond a 30-day timeframe. So we have done that. I just wanted to share, and I'm actually going to share my screen as well, if I can do so here, just so you all can see this while I'm talking. Sorry, having mouse issues. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Great. Just wanted to put this up there because it kind of gives you the information as I'm talking through it. As of July 31st, we have sheltered 377 individuals, including 171 positive individuals, 157 who were exposed, and 49 high-risk individuals. The average length of stay of the individuals with the below categories are 12 days for those who are positive, 6 days for those who are exposed, and high risk and average length of stay of 9 days. We've continued to provide wraparound services for all of those individuals at the facility, including 3 meals a day, toiletries, security, laundry, linens, room cleaning, patient support, and coordinating mental health and medical services with outside providers. And at some point in the future, I'd love to share some great success stories with you of some neat things that have come out of our collaboration with a lot of our partners, as well as just having the county providing this as a safe place. I wanted to just show you in terms of the average cost breakdown as of our estimated costs through 7/31 of 20 at 1.4 million. Total residents, again, as I said, 377, and the estimated cost per resident at 3,886. with the total days of operation through July 31st being 135 days. What's super exciting is to show you that the average cost per person per day is at under $29. And that includes everything that we're doing for folks. So I just wanted to share that with you all. That is information that we provide to FEMA each month as we are giving the information and requesting the extension. So the next thing I'd like to share with you is briefly, and can you all see that? Did that come up on the screen as well?
Yes, it is.
So kind of dovetailing from just the Tier 1 ACS piece, I wanted to share, this is a start to a spreadsheet. We intend to share even more information with you, but what you can see on here is the actual expenses, and this is everything that we're tracking here in the COVID response as far as through the actual emergency operations and everything that we're doing out of HHS over here. So this has the response expense and revenue. I just wanted to walk you through this for a minute. The expense as we have gone through the end of fiscal year 20, you can see the total amount at 2.1 million. Of that, the anticipated revenue, as we've been talking over the course of the last several months, the 75% reimbursement, and then also the 25% direct county expense. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. But as you can see on the anticipated revenue side of the 75% of that 2.1 million is at the 1.59. And then of course the 25% of the expense at the 531,000. If you look to the right, and I'm going to get down below where I talk about reimbursement submission in just a minute, because I actually have another slide that kind of breaks it out a little better. But if you look to fiscal year 21, obviously we just started it. We just completed July. And so the numbers and the information I was giving you specific to the Tier 1 ACS actually included through the end of July, because we're submitting things on a different track, if you will. It's not just by fiscal year. But what you're seeing there is the July fiscal year 21 through July. And so that was those monthly, those expenses. That far right projected expenditures. And what I'm going to say about this is what we did right now is we took the previous 4 months and did an average. And so that would say, okay, if we continue to expend money the same way that we averaged over the first 5 months of the project, and I apologize, the 5 months of the project, that is what we would be looking at on a monthly average. But what I'm going to say about that is that nothing is average about this COVID response. There isn't an average month. There isn't anything that stays consistent. And so as we look at that, and this is something I will be happy to provide the board more information on, is that number is actually going to go down, and it's going to go down because we're not having to expend nearly the amounts on operations that we did early on with respect to purchasing PPE, purchasing some of the testing supplies. Some of those other things are, now that we're getting the supply chains opened, we're getting those other distributions through the state. So I just wanted to kind of show you this, lay this out and see if this is one helpful, because I would, in terms of going forward, providing you information. And then if I can, I'm going to share, we have done with the FEMA public assistance grant submissions, obviously everything that we are tracking here through the response, the emergency operation response, we are preparing for submission under the public assistance reimbursement. And so what we've submitted so far is the 599,951, which was the first submission that was specifically the first, basically about 2.5, 3 months of the Tier 1 ACS facility. And then you'll see that we received, of the expenses submitted, we received that $449,000 through the express pay. And then what we're working on, and if you give me just a second, I will, okay, this was the next screen I wanted to share with you. So the other reimbursement submissions, they have to be submitted by project. And so I just wanted to share with you that all of the other expenses, including the Tier 1, but also PPE costs, actual labor costs, are all going to be submitted in one project submission. And then of course, specimen collections and other miscellaneous. So as you'll see on there, there's some goal submission dates to do the PPE totals. Tier 1 ACS going from May through the end of June. And then labor through March all the way through June. And then of course the specimen collections also from the very beginning through the end of June. And then all the expenses that we're incurring as of this new fiscal year of July 1, we're going to be submitting, all of those will get submitted beginning in September for reimbursement. So I wanted to share that with you. The last piece that I wanted to share, just to make the comment about it, I know we shared with the board last week the letter that we received from DEMA, the memorandum to all state agencies, political subdivisions and nonprofits of the state of Arizona participating in the COVID-19 pandemic, that they are not going to be providing the 25% that of eligible projected costs that typically the governor's emergency fund is covered in other declared events or state governments. So that's concerning. It's certainly something we need to, continue to have the board advocate for and see where we're going to get with that. But I wanted to just touch on those things, and then I'm going to pause and see if there's any questions or clarification. And otherwise, I will end with that, and we'll save other things for other dates.
Wait, Kim, so the part that I wasn't clear on with the memorandum that was sent by Arizona DEMA is, so the forms that you were showing us, or the slides that you were showing us just a bit ago, the 25%, is that the 25% does that apply to that 25%?
So that 25% that I was showing on there was the part that is then our contribution, which in the past, my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that has been something that we've been able to also get state relief from DEMA to help us cover that 25% of non-federally covered expenses. Eric, you going to correct me or?
Not correct. Just so in general, the 25%, in past, the state has added 15%.
Oh, thank you.
The memo really, what we understood talking to Monita and others, Madam Chair, Monita Scott, our finance chief, and on the funding task force that Joanne and I are on, the memo really codified and made clear what the governor intended with the CARES Act reimbursement, and that essentially the normal funding that the state would put in there is taken out because they intend to have that 25% backfilled by our CARES funding. Does that make sense, Supervisor?
Well, I don't know. I just want to make sure I understand it first. And that is that the funding that we received from the CARES Act that the state allocated, the thought behind that then by the state was that, hey, instead of you getting reimbursed out of the 25% your share, instead of you getting reimbursed 15%, is that correct? Then you'll just take it out of the CARES money that we already distributed.
In terms of accounting for it, yes.
In terms of?
In terms of accounting for it. So the reimbursement, the state would normally have paid 15% of that 20, right? So let's just say that's $15. They've already given us $15 in the CARES Act plus much more. So they're saying that essentially the governor's saying the new money that we've given you in CARES is the reimbursement that way, not the normal process that we would go under in a fire or flood type of situation.
Yeah, except that we thought the money we got in CARES, which is not new money, it's money from the CARES Act. The money that we got in CARES was not explicit.
Correct.
When we were allocated that funding, that it was going to be used as a portion of this reimbursement, or that we were going to tap that money for reimbursement.
Correct. That is correct, ma'am. Yes. Yeah, that was not explicit.
Yeah. Which, I mean, the issue is when you already have plans and allocated funding, like CARES Act funding, then all of a sudden it's, down the road, by the way, you're also going to need to take reimbursements out of there that we didn't anticipate. That's an issue. So, okay, well, that's just more work for board to do in terms of advocacy, and that's our job. So excellent. Thank you for clarifying that.
So,
Go ahead, Supervisor Wren.
so each county, since we're speaking about counties, got allocated the CARES Act money. And so if you stood something up, you'll be drawing down on that. For the counties that didn't stand anything up, it's almost as though we're getting punished for standing something up, for interacting in order to help the health of our community and working on the COVID piece. So yeah, we do need to work on that.
Right. Otherwise, it's no good deed goes unpunished, which that's in this case, that's not an option for us in Coconino County. I can't see it that we would not have responded to COVID-19 in the way that we did. That's just not an option for us. This is about protecting residents and lives. So I agree. A lot of work to do there. Okay, anything else for Kim? All right, thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, wait a minute. I think Vice Chair Fowler has something.
Yeah, I just want to echo, and just very disappointing to learn that. And, you know, we're the small counties. We were left out of the budgeting process from the feds, and now there looks like there's nothing in the next, even in the next legislation of in Congress for local governments. Just taking and here we're the frontline responders. I just want to tell all our staff, you guys have all done a wonderful job and just really great work, and just very disappointing to learn how this CARES Act, there's all kinds of strings attached. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Yeah, we have a whole bunch of amazing people that are making this all possible. And it's all possible too with all of your support. So thank you for that. I will be sure to share that.
Okay, thank you very much, Kim.
Thank you.
Anything else under COVID, or should we move on to our next item? Okay, it looks like we're gonna move on to our next item. County Manager Jane?
Well, still under COVID, while the cities get to use their CARES money for revenue replacement, we're actually using it for providing services to people. So it is frustrating. Elected official leadership team, Madam Chair, is still meeting every Wednesday at 9 a.m. Tomorrow, we are going to have a COVID update along with the surge testing from Dr. Peoples. And we're going to have some representatives from NAU on the 9 a.m. meeting, including President Chang, Josh Mayer, and Christie, to give an update about NAU and be able to answer questions. Likely, also, in addition, the cities and towns are still meeting on Wednesdays at noon, facilitated by DCM Joanne Keene. Josh and Christy are planning to join the noon cities and towns call tomorrow. Again, those are continuing. Both of those are continuing weekly. King Street RFQ, DCM Keene is continuing to lead a team in reviewing proposals. We'll have an update for the board from DCM Keene on Friday. Wanted to give an update that information technology, as we have been talking about, is starting the move today to the Fort Valley campus, to the east end of the community development building. Again, this is a new pilot space. So if you have a chance to go by and take a look at it, it's pretty cool, like what we could look like in the future in re-envisioning our workspace. We're actually doing some of that now. Again, there'll be some of them will be working out of there starting next week. But again, moving from the HR building, they're building down that way, and the third floor here. Again, starting today is the move. Stage 1 fire restrictions, a reminder that Coconino, Kaibab, the city of Flagstaff, and the county will be going into stage 1, back into stage 1 restrictions this Friday, August 14th at 8 a.m. And Lucinda had sent out an email a couple days ago talking about that within 30 days we're able to resume going back into stage 1 restrictions, and that is the plan right now, along with the Kaibab, the Coconino, and the city of Flagstaff. I've not heard from the other jurisdictions. Reminder that we do have a special board meeting this Friday at 1 o'clock. The recorder will be coming forth to the board to canvass the primary election, which did go very well with only a couple minor reported problems. Next regular board meeting is Tuesday, August 25th. We do intend to start that board meeting at 9 a.m. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Questions for Jimmy? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Okay, now it is 5:15. We have the option to do roundtable right now, or we can move roundtable to this evening and put it at the end of our meeting. It just really is the pleasure of the board. The last two items on our agenda, we anticipated we weren't going to get to them. There is written material about those, and they're not. It's not particularly. We don't necessarily have to review those at this particular moment. So we can just go to roundtable, or we had planned to take at least 45 minutes between this meeting and our 6 o'clock meeting, which we are at that hour now. So is there anybody that would love to give any type of district report at this particular moment? Or would it be okay if we punted that till later this evening? Okay, I see a thumbs up. All right, well, let's go ahead and do that. Let's take a 45-minute break before we come back at 6 o'clock. We do expect that we'll have a rather lengthy meeting this evening. So if I think if we can take the 45 minutes and just kind of refuel or rest up, we'll see you back at 6 o'clock. This meeting is recessed until 6. Thank you. Good evening. This is a meeting of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors, and we started our meeting earlier today, and we were on a recess, and now we are reconvening. I want to thank everyone for joining us this evening. Let's first start out to make confirming that each of our board members are present. I'm Liz Archuleta. I'm the chair of the Board of Supervisors. I represent District 2. District 1, Supervisor Art Babbitt.
Yes, I am present. Thank you.
Thank you. District 3, Supervisor Matt Ryan.
Yep, I'm here.
Excellent. District 4, Supervisor Jim Parks.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Thank you. And District 5, Supervisor and Vice Chair Fowler.
Thank you. I'm here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Eric Peterson, our Public Affairs Director, who will just orient the public on how to indicate whether they would like to speak to the board. What's the process to use with the Zoom meeting? Mr. Peterson?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Welcome to everyone who's joining us tonight. We do know a couple folks on certain items that are going to speak, so we've given them speaking permission already per some of our staff. But for those in the public or that are here for the hearings, simply look at the bottom of your screen. You'll see a button that says raise hand. And if you put your hand up, we'll get a little signal that you want to speak. The chairperson will call on you. Please remember to put your hand down after you're done speaking. I will assume if you don't, that I will put it down for you unless you had something else to say. And a reminder, once we do, we'll say that to go ahead to you because we'll give you access to speak to the board, to make sure to unmute your microphone. It will, once we give you access, you'll still have to press the mute button, which is simply right over the microphone. If you wish to also just signal to us that you have a question or wish to speak, you can type it in the Q&A that comes right to us here on the panel, and we're able to address your question or bring you forward to speak to the board. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Eric. And now if you would please stand and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is a call to the public. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to speak to the Board of Supervisors about an item that is not on our agenda. If you're here for the public hearings, there will be an opportunity at each item that is a public hearing for you to be able to speak. So this is for an item that's not on the agenda. Each member has about 5 minutes to be able to share their comments with the board. Please know that the board will not be able to engage in a discussion about the item because it's not posted, but we would be happy to hear you. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak at this time? Okay, I do not see any member of the public who wishes to speak. And Mr. Peterson, do you see anybody in the chat or in the question and answer area?
Not at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going to close the call to the public, and we're going to go to the next item. And I'm going to just confirm with County Manager Jane that we are still following the consent agenda item that we're going to hear right now, item number 11. Is there any other consent agenda item that needed to be heard this evening? County
no.
Manager Jane?
No, Madam Chair, thank you. We did pull two items. One is being delayed until August 25th. Item 5 was discussed and acted upon, and this item is the follow-up item that the County Attorney's Office had requested to be moved to the 6 o'clock meeting, and Rose Winkler, our Chief Civil Deputy, is here to introduce the item.
Okay, thank you. So this is item number 11. This is a consent agenda item, and this is consideration and possible action to approve the issuance by the Industrial Development Authority of Coconino County, Arizona, of one or more series of tax-exempt and or taxable education revenue refunding bonds, Flagstaff Arts and Leadership Academy projects, Series 2020, and an aggregate original principal amount not to exceed $5,500,000 by the adoption of Resolution 2020-53. And I'll turn it over to Deputy County Attorney Winkler.
Thank you, Chair Archuleta, and good evening, board members and everyone else. This item, as you just described, is regarding the approval of the issuance of bonds by the Industrial Development Authority of Coconino County. Just really briefly, because these items do not come to the board very often, the Industrial Development Authority is a separate political subdivision that was created by the county, and its purpose is to issue bonds such as these that today are in regards to Flagstaff Arts and Leadership Academy, for the purpose of financing or refinancing particular projects. As part of the process for the Industrial Development Authority to proceed with these is for the governing board of the county, so for the Board of Supervisors, to approve that issuance and to review the documentation and also give its approval. So we have also today with us Brandon Kavanaugh. He is legal counsel for the Industrial Development Authority. And we also have Roxanne Gallagher, who represents FALA. I will turn to Brandon first, just to briefly address, this particular project and the IDA's approval of the bonds earlier this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. That is correct. We did hold the Industrial Development Authority meeting today at 1:30, and we had 5 of our 6 board members participating by phone so that we could handle this matter and try to get everybody on the same day and through the agenda together of 2 meetings. We had a discussion of the application. The IDA has been paid an application fee and been given an application by FALA, which includes approximately 72 pages of information, as well as reviewing all of the documents that have been involved. The IDA has approved today its own resolution approving the bond issuance as a conduit issuer. The IDA has not had any other issuances this year. So this is the first of the year. We also note that as was described by Ms. Winkler, the IDA is the one that's mainly requested to review more of the details, but it is the fact that since the IDA board is not elected, it cannot be the final approval of a bond issuance. And so every time once the IDA recommends and then approves a bond issuance, it then comes to the County Board of Supervisors as the elected officials to make that final approval. As Ms. Winkler also mentioned, we do have Ms. Gallagher as counsel for FALA. If you have any particular questions about FALA itself, we've reviewed all of the draft documents. They are in a semi-final form. Some of them are in final form. Some of the numbers still remain to be filled in, dates to be filled in as we proceed towards a closing date on the actual issuance of the bonds. And so beyond that, I would be open to answering any questions that I can for the board. And I would also note, I don't know if any of my board members were able to participate this evening. A couple of them had indicated that they would be interested and might be able to join. But I did want to let the Board of Supervisors know that that the IDA board members were interested in participating, and letting you know that that they appreciate the opportunity, as well as if they are able to attend, they can also explain some of their reasoning in proceeding with approval of the bond. I would note that the main questions that might be relevant to the Board of Supervisors are that FALA is completely located within Coconino County. Its employees are Coconino County residents, and so therefore there is a direct economic impact for the benefit of Coconino County. This is a bond to refinance original construction and acquisition costs, as well as potentially refinancing some taxable debt that was outside of the first bond issuance that happened to have been done by Pinal County. And so this also, if you will, is a bond that's kind of coming home to Coconino County instead of being issued by a different IDA somewhere else in the state. And so for those reasons, the board was happy to vote to approve this. I also note that 2 of the board members that participated noted that 2 of their children had attended FALA themselves. So I don't know if there's anything else I can say as kind of an opening, but I would be open to answering questions or deferring also to Ms. Gallagher for more particular information on FALA.
Well, thank you. Let me see if there are any questions at this time from the board members. Okay, not seeing any, then perhaps the legal counsel for FALA, you said it was Ms. Gallagher,
Yes, that's
would
correct.
like to make a few comments.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the board. Am I heard?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Yes, so following what Ms. Winkler and Mr. Kavanaugh said, this is an issue that is primarily a refunding transaction. Most of the proceeds of the $5.5 million bond in a not to exceed amount will be spent on refunding existing indebtedness. And then there will be some small component for additional improvements at the premises. There is no contingent or legal liability whatsoever on behalf of either the IDA that issues the bonds or on behalf of the county itself. It is simply a conduit issuance for the purposes of allowing the interest income that the investors receive to be tax exempt.
Thank you. Let me see if there are any questions from the board. Board members, any questions? Hearing none, then Deputy County Attorney Winkler, anything else? Or if not, I'll go ahead and ask for some discussion or a motion.
I don't have anything else, so I think you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Board members, if there is no further questions or discussion, is there a motion to approve this item?
Madam Chair, before we do, could I just ask a question of the bond attorney?
Absolutely, go ahead. This is Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I didn't capture
Mr. Kavanaugh?
Oh, it's
well, the IDA attorney, but you wanted the FALA attorney, Ms.
no,
Gallagher?
IDA attorney.
Yeah. Mr. Kavanaugh.
Oh, let me see. We have Brandon,
right?
For IDA. However, who's our other attorney? Just remind me.
So then the FALA, the representative for FALA is attorney Roxanne Gallagher.
Okay. Sorry, got lost for a moment here.
Yeah, no problem.
So Brandon, Mr. Kavanaugh, just to ask the questions. You know, a part of your role is to evaluate that all the correct federal processes and evaluation for these bonds have taken place. Do you feel that they have?
Supervisor Ryan, I can answer that partially. So our role on behalf of the IDA is that we look to approve an application based upon the state statutes that define what an allowable project is. And then the bond counsel involved. So I will also potentially further confuse you. Ms. Gallagher is the counsel for FALA itself, but there is also another law firm involved that are the actual bond counsel. And that's Engelman Berger firm out of Phoenix. And so they will issue the final opinion regarding satisfying federal tax issues and the ability of the bonds to be issued as tax exempt. They will rely on opinion letters that come from Ms. Gallagher on behalf of FALA and from myself on behalf of the IDA, avowing to the process that we went through that it was appropriate under Arizona law. Ms. Gallagher will opine about the process of FALA as a corporate entity. And then there's also another step where we will go to the AG's office to request that they not object to the issuance of the bonds. They don't generally come out in full favor of it, but we get a lack of objection. So all of those requirements are still to come as part of the closing process. But regarding review of the documents, yes, I have reviewed all of the various drafts, a few hundred pages or so of documents, and reviewed them on behalf of the IDA. I have made sure that those documents show that the IDA is indemnified, is not held responsible for any of the debts or obligations. The actual mechanics of this are mainly going to be done by the trustee that I believe that would be RBC. So once the IDA approves, then most of the actual mechanics of bond sales and collection and payment of money are going to be done by third parties so that the IDA as an issuer can enforce the documents if it ever needs to be done. But otherwise, there will be more of a bond lender relationship that does not involve the IDA or the county on an ongoing basis for the life of the bonds. So I realize that's a long answer, but that's a more accurate answer to the idea that, yes, we have reviewed the documents as they apply to the IDA under state law and to the extent that the IDA is satisfying federal law, but the remainder of a statement that this transaction satisfies federal law would be up to bond counsel.
And that's and two pieces of that. That's why I was getting confused. Often we see the bond counsel here also on that, but you've captured the essence of where my question was. For us to go through a review of this is basically asking you if you're following the procedures, assuring that the procedures are happening. We've captured that on the record, and that was my intent. Thank you.
Yes, sir. If you want me to confirm that. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. Then any further questions or discussion on this item? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve this consent agenda item number 11? This is the consideration and possible action to approve the issuance by the IDA as was described and presented to us in the presentation earlier.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay, there's a motion. How about a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve consent agenda item number 11. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Thank you, and I appreciate everyone attending, the speakers who just spoke, to ensure that we have the information.
Members of the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Have a good evening. Okay, the next 4 items are public hearings, and please know if there are members of the public who wish to comment on these items, I will be opening up a public hearing after we have the presentation and after questions from the board. Then I will open up the public hearing and we'll let you know when is the time for members of the public to indicate they would like to speak. first item is item number 81. This is a liquor license application, and the clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, will introduce and present this item. Lindsay?
Good evening, Chair Chiletta and supervisors. Thank you. It's good to see you guys tonight. Our office received a Series 9 liquor license application from the state for Miss Rebecca Rambo for My Mountain View Marketplace, and that's located at 6990 Lumberjack Boulevard. We sent the application off for review for our Community Development, Sheriff's Office, Health Department, and our risk manager. None of them had concerns with the application. We also posted the application and the hearing notice for 20 days, and we received no comments regarding the application. At this time, the board may decide to make a recommendation to the state for approval, disapproval, or offer no recommendation to the state regarding the application. And Ms. Rebecca Rambo is here tonight, the applicant for the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Any questions of Lindsay right now? And I will call on Ms. Rambo in just a moment, but first of all, just based on that presentation, any questions of the clerk of the board? Okay, thank you. Ms. Rambo, would you like to make a comment on this particular application?
Good evening to the board. I don't have any particular comments, just my appreciation in advance.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Let me see if there are any questions for you as the applicant. Are there any questions for Ms. Rambo? Okay. Well, thank you. This is an application in District 4, I believe. And so I would like to call on Supervisor Parks if he would has any discussion points, or if you would like to make a motion.
Well, the only comment that I have is that I fully support Ms. Rambo and her application for liquor license, and I will make the motion. Public hearing, consideration, and possible recommendation to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding an application number 110984 for a liquor store liquor license to Rebecca Rambo for My Mountain View Market located at 6990 Lumberjack Boulevard, Flagstaff, Arizona.
Okay, and Clerk Daly, just remind us of the 3 recommendations that can be forwarded, so then Supervisor Parks can include that in his motion, which one of the 3?
Sure, thank you. You can make a recommendation for approval, for disapproval, or offer no recommendation to the state.
Okay, and Supervisor Parks, just to be clear, you would like to make a recommendation for approval, I believe, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
Approval.
So there's a recommendation for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair. This is Supervisor Ryan.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any further discussion? All right, thank you. We have a motion for approval by Supervisor Parks, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Best of luck to you. Yes, thank you, Ms. Rambo. Appreciate you being here for this item. We are now going to go to item number 82. This is out of community development. This is a public hearing, consideration, and possible adoption of ordinance number 2020-08, approving a zone change from RM 10A to CG 10,000, and I will leave the rest of the details to community development for their presentation. So item number 82, and I believe we are going to have Jay Crystalman, Community Development Director, who will introduce and present this item. Jay?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the introduction, Madam Chair. Okay, this evening we are here, as you mentioned, for the Pick and Run zone change expansion. The property owner is Mr. Ed Flores. He was actually the original owner of the Pick and Run, so it's great to see him back. The applicant's representative is Mr. Michael Jane with Woodson Engineering. The existing zoning is RM10, which is residential multifamily 10 units per acre maximum. And the property size of this parcel is 0.47 acres. Now, as the chairwoman said, the zone changes from RM10 to CG10,000 on a 0.47 acre parcel for the expansion of the Pick and Run. And it also includes the addition of another fuel island with a canopy and additional parking and propane sales. Here's the vicinity map of the location of the Pick and Run. This is a close-up. You can see the subject property to the south. That's the RM10 zone. And then the properties, or excuse me, the parcels to the west and southwest are also RM10. The existing convenience store is CG10,000, commercial general. Now, the Coconino Village Pick and Run was originally built and opened in 1987. Again, the expansion will include larger restrooms, new coffee and fountain soda offerings, prepared home meals, and an expansion of the existing restaurant. Now, the development of the zone change property of the 0.47 acre parcel to the south will include a new RV, fuel pumps and a canopy to accommodate vehicles with trailers and or motorhomes, additional parking, and the propane fill tank and an air compressor will also be on that 0.47 acre piece. Any questions so far before I proceed?
Any questions at this point? Not at this time. Jay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the site plan with the landscape plan. You can see the demarcation here of the existing parcel, and this is the parcel of 0.47 acre parcel. So there's the new canopy with islands. There's additional parking with propane and air compressor. And then here on the west and south is the proposed landscaping. That is part of the landscape plan and the landscape approved landscape plan, excuse me.
Jay, just real quick. So that's a vacant, the addition is vacant land right now?
Yes.
Okay, super, thanks.
Yeah, so this here is the zone change request and it's vacant right now.
Okay, thanks.
Here is a picture of the Pick and Run from actually outside of the vacant parcel. This fence here is the south side that will be taken down to develop that side. Here is looking west from Forest Road 274, I believe it is. And this is the existing RM10 zoning here. This is looking south from that same fence onto the subject property that's being requested for zone change this evening. And then here's just past the fence, looking onto that 4.7 acre piece for the zone change. This is currently what the Pick and Run looks like. These are the renderings of what is being proposed for the expansion. So you can see the parapet wall and the trusses here with the metal roofs over the entry. It's very modernized looking. Now these are the materials for that proposed construction. So the roof material will look like this. The truss will look like that. The CMU block will match the existing for the expansion. And the parapet that we looked at is this alpaca color. Now, findings of fact for zone change is that the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comp plan and our zoning ordinance. That the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. And that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. And the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend unanimous approval to the Board of Supervisors. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions. And I do believe Mr. Jane is on from Woodson Engineering is on the call with us.
Thank you. And at this time, I would be happy to ask if, I believe Mr. Woodson is on as well, and we have promoted them to panelists if they would like to offer any additional information. And so at this time, Mr. Woodson, would you like, either you or your colleague, would you like to add anything to the presentation?
This is Mark Woodson. At this time, I believe Ed Flores or Mike James from our office are going to add anything, if you will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to call on Mr. Flores in just a minute here. Let me ask members.
Could you repeat that? I just couldn't hear that.
Oh, sure. So Mr. Woodson said that he's here to be able to answer questions, but he would like for Mr. Flores, the applicant, to go first and to provide some information. So I am going to call on them in just a moment. Let me just ask the board members, based on Jay's presentation, is there any questions that you have at this moment before we then move on to the applicant? Okay. Then we'll go ahead and move on to the applicant and the applicant's representative. And so welcome, Mr. Flores, and then the colleague from Woodson Engineering. And do you have any comments or any prepared presentation?
I'm not sure if Ed's able to talk or not. Maybe he's having technical difficulties, but just wanted to say, thank you for your consideration on the project. We're looking to add some offerings to the community. I'm a frequent user of the Pick and Run. I live in Mountain Air, so I have a intimate knowledge of some of the things that Ed and his son Todd are looking to add there and support it. One of the frequent issues, if anybody's been there on a weekend or anything, is the traffic flow on site for travel trailers or vehicles pulling quads or side-by-sides. And by expanding onto their vacant land and adding pull-through boat RV fueling, we expect to alleviate the traffic flow on site, not block the drive aisles, which is what currently happens. I've done it myself. But it'll definitely improve things there and allow the community to have a few more things available to them, because there's really not a lot out here unless you want to drive into Flagstaff. So.
Thank you. And for the board's knowledge, that was Mr. James,
yeah.
with Woodson Engineering. And there is a message from Mr. Flores. It says, "This is Ed. I am having difficulty getting my phone call to work. I can hear you all, but my mic on my phone is muted on your end." Oh, okay. Yes, Ed, that is because we have not unmuted you, and we need to be able to identify. I don't know if we can unmute you through a phone, but let me get our public affairs director to troubleshoot that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just sent him a message. We'll ask which phone number and we'll unmute whichever the correct one is.
Okay, great. Well, just in the meantime, board members, are there any questions for Mr. James? Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Go ahead. Yes, Supervisor Ryan, this is in your district.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jane, can you just explain a little bit more of your traffic flow associated with that?
Sure. Can we go back to the picture of the site plan, please?
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
We can hear you, yes. And this is Ed Flores, the applicant. And we were just in the middle of Supervisor Ryan just asking a question. Just wanted to learn a little bit more about the traffic flow. So, Mr.
Well, actually,
James,
Liz, I'll go ahead and defer and let Ed go ahead up. He was going to go in the beginning of their presentation.
Okay, super, great. Well, go ahead, Mr. Flores, go ahead and at this time we can hear you, and any comments you'd like to share with the board, we'd be happy to hear them now.
Great, thank you. I'm not very IT proficient, so bear with me here. Looks like we're working now. Again, my name is Ed Flores. I reside at 5550 Sunset Drive in Flagstaff, and as was stated, I'm the owner of the Pick and Run at Kachina. And as it was stated, we built it in 1987, which makes us 33 years old. And since then, we've been a real integral part of the Kachina Village mountain air community. We've been big supporters of the local fire department, their annual food fund drives. I was even on the Kachina area plan when we set it up. So a lot of things have taken place in the ensuing 33 years. First of all, my hair was a heck of a lot darker. Both Kachina and Mountain Air homes are just about at capacity, which definitely has produced a bunch of traffic. I-17, as everyone knows, carries a lot more traffic, and this traffic obviously gets off and creates traffic on Kachina Boulevard. The new Dollar General store has added traffic, as everyone knows. And in that period of time, motorhomes, travel trailers, RV trailers, and horse trailers have definitely increased in size. And since we've only got one fueling island dedicated to this customer group, it's created a lot of traffic jams on that south side. So it's been frustrating for the locals and anyone that pulls in, because if you've got a 40-foot horse trailer and then the vehicle that's pulling it, you can definitely block up that whole south side of the customer exit. So that's been a big issue. The customers that are in the store, in the parking area in front of the store, have to wait until these vehicles leave so they can pull out safely. And in the meantime, our store has really become dated and is really in need of a major remodel. Our bathrooms are not adequate to handle the increased restroom traffic. We basically conducted a little local survey asking our local customers what they would like to see in our remodel, and some of the suggestions were, provide take-home meals, a larger selection of coffee and fountain beverages, address traffic congestion, again, at the islands and at the entry. And at the entry, what happens is some of these horse trailers are going to horse shows or something like that. So these people traveled in 2s or 3 pairs. So if you're driving a vehicle that size, your intent is to look at where you're going in. How do I get in? How do I get out? And when you've only got one island that offers diesel or is set up for the larger vehicles, it makes it difficult. And the intent was we didn't want diesel up front or anything like that, because then you would really congest the entry. So again, the locals have asked us to see if we can't address the traffic, because it impacts them when they're going home and they have to wait for a motorhome or a trailer to watch the island and see when it clears so they can pull in. The locals have asked us to provide propane, larger restrooms, ethanol-free gas for their small engines like mowers and RV deals, beer growlers. So I feel that the improvements that we're proposing will really address the majority of the local concerns and their desires. So we want to definitely continue to be an integral part of the community, and I think that our proposal is class action, and I think will address some of these items. So again, I thank you for your time, and I'm here to address any questions. I've got my son Todd, and then obviously you've heard from Mike James from Woodson that can address some of the items that I'm unable to answer.
Okay. Well, thank you. You were very thorough. We appreciate it. Any questions of either Mr. Flores or Mr. James?
Madam Chair, if I may follow now.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, Supervisor Ryan.
Before I go to Mike Jane, to Mr. Jane, just to respond to Ed, well, look how far you've come. We talked about this before, but the Kachina area plan was pretty much set in motion by when they first came in as a market. You know, the question of lighting, the question of concentration of the community. But if you look at the community surveys over the years with the two different area plans, you've become a part of the community, which is a piece of the question. And my question about traffic, I know we're not reviewing the conditional use permit. I was more of a curiosity factor. Our focus tonight is the zone change. They've already gone through the time period for conditional use permit. If somebody wanted to petition to, speak in some way related to that time period's gone. But I'll turn back to Mr. Jane, to Mike for a moment, and more of the curiosity factor, because it does play into some of the evaluation of the zone change, the traffic flow. Could you just explain? I mean, I can kind of see the arrows. I'm just trying to visualize the horse trailers going through here for a moment.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, currently, as Ed had said, the most southerly current fueling station is the only one that has diesel. And when you have a RV or a trailer, the vehicle pulls up to the pump, and then the trailer sticks out in the travel lane where the arrows are pointing to the south there. Cars and other vehicles back up there, and then people can't pull out of the parking spots. And then sometimes they can't even pull into other gas pumps because they're waiting for that diesel pump. So the proposed design would be you enter in to the south. You could fuel either on either side of the outer pumps. And then the center pump is intended for one vehicle to pull in that you could fuel from either side of the vehicle. The vehicles will then exit the pumps and pretty much make a U-turn going back north and out. So for ease of pulling in, it's pretty much a straight shot. Pulling out, we're using the larger area there to give a turnaround area. And so that's the idea. And if vehicles are sticking out on the new pumps at all, the vehicles can turn around in the direction as in the old site in the same manner. They don't have to go down south of the new pumps. They could cut off before they get there and go out, the passenger cars.
All right, thank you. And there are the only few questions that I had associated with it. I saw the earlier proposal. This is a slight modification, and that's where my question came about associated with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Ryan. Let me see if there are any other questions from other board members. Any other questions, board members?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Parks.
Mr. Flores, I see that to the east of your property there's an area between the Forest Service Road and your parking area. I was wondering, is there any way that you could get access through that? I assume is Forest Service property. Have you inquired about that?
Yes, we did. It is Forest Service. That little sliver where the landscape is Forest Service, and then the Forest Service road itself that allows traffic to enter the forest to the south is all controlled by ADOT, and ADOT has the right-of-way there, if you will. And we looked at doing that. However, we thought that trying to get an ingress out of there to channel the traffic, especially on the new canopy design, we were trying to channel it over and out, but that required a lot more investigative with the Forest Service, because that brings them into play, ADOT, and then obviously the county. And then we did not know or wanted to chance what the road makeup would be and to what specs and all of those things. So really, I didn't really want to wake up that animal, if you will.
Okay, well, thank you.
Any other questions?
Ms. Archuleta, can I address that a little bit more?
Go ahead, Mr. James.
Part of, just to clarify that a little bit, that part that's controlled by ADOT is access control. So because of I-17, it would have to go through the Federal Highway Administration to put a new driveway out to the Forest Service road. And they pretty much, treat it legally the same as if you wanted a driveway onto I-17. So it would have to go through FHWA approvals to get that. So it was going to be a very long, drawn out process, and the answer still might have been no. So we decided there wasn't enough benefit there to continue pursuing that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, well, hearing none, then I'm going to, at this particular time, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. And this is an opportunity for members of the public to weigh in. And if they would like to speak to this item, each member of the public has 5 minutes to be able to do so. So the public hearing is now open, and we will see if anybody has requested to speak or has put their hand up. Don't see anybody at this time. Let me ask Mr. Peterson, who's also helping monitor the system. Mr. Peterson, do you see anybody who wishes to speak?
Madam Chair, I do not have anyone's hands raised or anyone in the chat. However, Mr. Flores did ask me to unlock Todd's cell, which I did. So I don't know if Todd has any comments to add.
Okay. Well, this is a public hearing, so this would be the time to do that. And so, Todd, did you want to speak during public hearing?
Yes, this is Todd Flores. Thank you for allowing me to speak. One thing I would like to say during this process and the traffic surveys, one thing that you cannot take into consideration with the surveys is the fact that in 33 years, the tank size has become undersized. And when we remodel this location, our holding capacity for the primary tank, which is unleaded, will be twice the size. We do our own dispatch. We do our own transport for our fuel products. And this will allow us to bring in the petroleum after hours. And I can't explain how much of a benefit for the traffic flow that will be. We will no longer have tankers in the traffic flow during the busiest times of the day. That's all I wanted to comment on.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak at this time?
I see none, Madam Chair.
Okay, then just one last opportunity. I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for consideration. Supervisor Ryan, are you prepared to make a motion?
Yes, I am, Madam Chair. For the sake of this, for a zone change, we're looking at different findings associated with this. And the first one is looking at consistency with goals and objectives and policies of the Coconino County Comprehensive Plan and the Kachina Village Area Plan. And the area plan, if you take a look at it, the intent is, and as Ed would know, commercial activity would be preferred to be concentrated in this area down here, which it has been. The other piece within the area plan is that there would be some level of local focus associated with the market. While there is a market related to the interstate, they also, as noted by Mr. Flores, the community is become quite dependent upon this market, and there is a focus. They focus their survey there. They're achieving those objectives. The DRO was design review overlay that was already dealt with in the conditional use permit, but that also is an area in which you look for with the consistency of the area plan associated with it. That the change will not be detrimental to public health, safety, comfort, and convenience. As noted, there is more and more traffic. There was the potential of backups associated with it. They're resolving that issue with the design and moving forward with this. The other element that wasn't discussed on the community-based perspective was, and we're working together with the school district, but school buses in wintertime, because of the hills in Mountain Air and Kachina, park down at the market, and you get the parents coming in and trying to unload and offload kids while you have the parents' vehicles there. We're working on resolving that issue together with the school district, which Lucinda could potentially speak to, but this in effect, with their design itself, is accommodating more so in that way. So I don't see a problem associated with that. And then that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to the adjacent properties. It's been posted along with those properties, as I understand the conversations have occurred with the neighbors related to what they are going to do. And it's very consistent with the commercial zoning. And there is a level of separation between the adjacent properties in this, that they front towards the highway also speaks to some degree in buffering the adjacent properties of where their focus is. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and move that we approve ordinance 2020-08, approving a zone change from RM10A, residential multifamily 10 units per acre, to CG 10,000 commercial general for the parcel number 116-49-042B, a 0.47 acre parcel in Kachina Village. Oh, doggone it. I had another Well, that is the motion, Madam Chair. I'll stay with that.
That's correct. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor
Well, I just
Pavement.
want to, have no issues. The findings are very easy to make with this. I just wanted to thank you for doing business in the county and bringing investments to the county and running a successful small business for many decades out there. So looking forward to seeing the improvements. I stop there fairly frequently and just appreciate the work you do out there.
Thank you.
Likewise. Well, great. Let's go ahead and go for the vote. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, it passes unanimously. And congratulations, Mr. Flores, and thank you for joining us this evening.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next item is also a public hearing, and so we are going to move to it, and that is item number 83 on our agenda. And Assistant Community Development Director Jess Neely is going to introduce this item. This is a public hearing consideration and possible adoption of Resolution 2020-51, approving a 22-lot subdivision preliminary plat for a 111.02 acre parcel zoned AR5, which is agricultural residential, 5 acre minimum parcel size. The property is located on Tall Tales Ranch Road, 1 mile west of the North Coconino Road interchange on Interstate 40, and is also identified as assessor's parcel number 117-01-001C. The applicant is Mike Palmer of Flagstaff. Mr. McNeely?
Good evening, Madam Chair. Just planning and zoning staff. Just wanted to check with you real quick to see if you can hear, if you're hearing us okay here at the Community Development Department.
We can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're trying to verify between Jay and I that we can actually work together in this meeting. And if we have headphones on, then one wouldn't be able to hear what is going on. I'm going to share my screen, Madam Chair. Is everyone seeing the screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you. So yes, this is the Tall Tales Ranch subdivision preliminary plat. Let's see if we can get this going to slideshow mode. And as stated, property owner here is 7486 Star House LLC. Our applicant is Mike Palmer. We do have Representative Ian Braun, engineer on the project, and Ian will join us in this hearing. The zoning of this property is AR5, agricultural residential, 5 acre minimum, not being requested to change. And the site is 111 acres. And of course, the request is preliminary plat approval for a 22 lot subdivision. This would be a vicinity map, and you can see the subject property zoned AR5. It is surrounded by National Forest, and you see its proximity to Walnut Canyon National Monument. The road that accesses Walnut Canyon National Monument goes just to the southwest of this property. Of course, this property is south of I-40 and is west of the Coconino Road interchange. This is an aerial photograph of the property. You can see that it is primarily undeveloped. And this would be the preliminary plat submitted by the applicant for preliminary plat approval. And you can see the topo lines, topography lines on the property are showing that there is some topography to the property. This would be a cross section of proposed private roads on this property, and this meets county requirements. And this would be an image demonstrating where floodplain runs through the property and will be worked with through lots of lots, still have plenty of room for building areas outside of floodplain. When we look at the background on this property, the site has historically been used for ranching, along with areas surrounding the site that were leased from the National Forest. I can tell you that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this request with the 22 conditions in your attached resolution. That would be resolution 2020-51. The applicant has indicated concerns about 3 of the conditions that were approved or recommended for approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission and in your resolution. That would be conditions number 6 about wildlife friendly fencing, condition 7 limiting the use of herbicides and pesticides, and condition 10 cultural resource protection. There was some discussion at Planning and Zoning Commission about trail easement, and in working with cooperating with National Forest, the commission felt that it wasn't necessary to leave the trail easement conditions in the version that they approved. If we look at condition number 6, wildlife friendly fencing, this is what you see on the screen, Madam Chair, is the actual proposed condition as recommended for approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission. It's that all new fencing in the subdivision would be wildlife friendly fencing, and all existing fencing that would be retained. So existing fencing can be removed, but existing fencing that would be retained would be retrofitted to be wildlife friendly fencing as approved by the county's wildlife planner. And then the condition goes on to state that language should be included in the CC&Rs that require wildlife friendly fencing for any individual lot owner who would happen to wish to fence any portion of the property. And we have a link here to the specs that our wildlife planner recommends. So, Madam Chair, this is now an image. Actually, we have this same image in several of our documents to include the comprehensive plan that gives an example of wildlife-friendly fencing with smooth top and bottom wires and spacing that takes into consideration which animals would go over the top and which ones could go under the bottom. This is an image of existing fencing, existing barbed wire fencing. I'm sure it's been there for many decades, that runs through, essentially through the middle of the property. Actually, it runs through the floodplain area. And if you look at the image, you can kind of see where the topography drops down, and you see that there's no trees where this fence is crossing. So this is within some of the mapped floodplain within the site. Regarding condition number 6, wildlife friendly fencing, this is a list of the applicable comprehensive plan policies. We have policies under land use and growth, under circulation, and under the natural environment sections of the comprehensive plan that essentially would encourage wildlife friendly fencing. So, Madam Chair, any questions before I move on about the condition as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission and kind of the background of where comprehensive plan policies encourage wildlife friendly fencing and development?
I don't have any questions this time. Let me see if there are any members of the board that do. Board members, any questions at this time? Okay, there are none. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So then we would look at condition number 7, the other one that the applicant wanted to discuss, herbicides and pesticides. You see the condition there, CC&R shall limit the use of pesticides and herbicides to protect sensitive habitat with coordination from the Coconino County Wildlife Planner. And the applicable comp plan policies here, we have policies under natural environment and land use and growth that certainly would encourage limiting use of pesticides and herbicides to protect sensitive habitat. Any questions on the condition number 7 proposed condition as recommended by the commission or the comprehensive plan policies that would encourage that condition?
Any questions on this?
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. and I see the intent and understand the intent. And yeah, I'm definitely an advocate of the intent, but aren't we pretty much just duplicating what's where we would be with federal and state regulations associated with pesticides? Wouldn't they be the review group?
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, yeah, as the policies state, particularly policy number 12, this would be in conjunction with federally recognized species. However, this would be requiring that the CCNRs be a mechanism within the subdivision. So you'd have HOA involvement and CCNRs to require that the pesticides and herbicides used were done in coordination with as approved by the county wildlife planner.
Okay, just
Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Supervisor Parks.
Yes, Jess, I was wondering if we, to follow up on what Supervisor Ryan just said, I was wondering, as long as the federal government and the Arizona Game and Fish Department, state of Arizona, has rules and even laws concerning the use of pesticides on these lands, do we need this? I mean, do we have to put this in the CCNRs? Can this just be controlled by the Arizona Game and Fish and the federal government?
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Parks, appreciate that question. I would understand, completely concur with the point you're making is that the state and the federal government regulate these things. Is it really necessary for the CCNRs within the subdivision to be redundant with those? I can certainly understand where state and federal law still exists here. So maybe this isn't completely necessary. We will point out that we as staff are forwarding what was approved at the Planning and Zoning Commission. So it is necessary that we go ahead and present this, because this is the recommended approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Well, wouldn't the use of the pesticides be, I mean, this is private land, wouldn't it be up to the state of Arizona, the federal government and the homeowner to be, I don't understand why it has to be in a CCNR. I don't understand why the fences have to be wildlife friendly by CCNR. If the homeowner wanted to put up a fence, he could put up a wildlife friendly fence, easy enough. Why does this have to be in a CCNR? Why do we have our commission acting like an HOA here? We already have rules that govern all of these subdivisions and all these ways that we do subdivide. So why do we have to have CCNRs that are over the top on this?
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Parks, we're forwarding on the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Completely understand the points here that certainly state and federal regulations stay in place and can always be enforced by those levels of government.
And if we can, that is something that we can certainly discuss when it gets to the conditions of approval. Supervisor Parks, if that's something you would like to have the Board of Supervisors consider modifying or striking, we certainly can speak to that when we get to the discussion about should the conditions as noted remain or should they be modified.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Jess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The final condition that was wanted to be discussed by the applicant, by the applicant's agent, was condition number 10 regarding protecting cultural resources. We would point out that this site is near Walnut Canyon. Staff did contact Walnut Canyon. We did not receive any comments from that organization. We did utilize a staff member here from community development staff who has experience in local archaeology, and this staff member visited the site and tried to assist the applicant here with providing some cultural resource survey information without the applicant having to contract an outside resource professional. And we do have a report provided by this staff member that was attached to your packet. So, Madam Chair, this would be condition number 10 as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission, that the applicant shall exercise extra caution in monitoring when excavating the site during construction. If any structures or human remains are encountered during excavation, the work shall stop immediately, and the State Historic Preservation Officer shall be contacted to determine a mitigation strategy. These provisions shall be applied to any construction activity in the subdivision and included in the CC&Rs. So, Madam Chair, again, these would be the comprehensive plan policies that would encourage protection of cultural resources. Staff will point out, and the applicant's agent, Ian, can discuss that the applicant has proposed alternative wording of condition number 10. I've got an email that I just received today from the applicant's agent. Their proposed change would state, the applicant shall exercise extra caution in monitoring when excavating the site during construction. If any human remains are encountered during excavation, work should stop immediately, and the State Historic Preservation Officer should be contacted to determine a mitigation strategy. These provisions shall be applied to any construction activity in subdivisions and included in the CC&Rs. Staff concurs with the applicant that this very slightly modified language should suffice. So that would be staff's support of what the applicant has proposed. Certainly, what was in front of you and in your resolution attached to your packet is what was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So with that, Madam Chair, we would point out that of all comprehensive plan policies, the comprehensive plan certainly supports subdivisions over lot splits, and that would be here in the land use and growth section of the comprehensive plan, policy number 7, that the county encourages and supports property owners in the development of platted subdivisions rather than lot splits, and seeks to update the subdivision ordinance to help incentivize design that is consistent with the comprehensive plan and area plans. And as a matter of fact, that's an action item that our staff did accomplish within the past 2 years, where we did update our subdivision ordinance to encourage better development. So, Madam Chair, that concludes our discussion of the 3 conditions that the applicant wishes to discuss. Otherwise, in this case regarding citizen participation, all neighbors within 1,000 feet of this property were notified and invited to a virtual meeting held in May. No one did attend that meeting or provide comments, and likewise, staff has not received any other comments on this application. When we look at the findings for preliminary plat approval by the Board of Supervisors, this is regulated by the subdivision ordinance. We have A through E here, that the proposed subdivision conforms to the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and its amendments, that the design of the proposed subdivision will not cause substantial environmental damage and will not present serious public health problems, that the site of the proposed subdivision is physically suitable for the proposed type and density of development, that the proposed subdivision is consistent with provisions and intent of zoning regulations applicable to property, and that the proposed subdivision conforms to the improvement and design standards set forth in the zoning and subdivision ordinances. and the Planning and Zoning Commission were able to make those findings and recommend approval of the preliminary plat along with the 22 conditions that are in the report and in your proposed resolution. Yeah, are there any questions, any other questions of staff on this request? And I know we do have the applicant's agent available to answer questions as well.
Thank you very much, Jess. Did you have in your slide presentation, I know you said you just received some alternative language for number 10 and the conditions of approval. I didn't catch the slight language change, and so I am now actually looking directly at condition of approval number 10. And can you tell me what the slight change was?
So, Madam Chair, the only real change is elimination of the word structures out of what the applicant proposes. So still the same for human remains, same process, but only eliminating the word structures.
I guess just what is the word structure referring to? So I think it's a matter of, is it an actual housing structure, or are we talking about a burial site, or I mean, what is being referred to as the word structure? I just want to understand we have a clear definition, or what is the meaning of that?
Sure, Madam Chair. The meaning here is ruins of any building efforts, of any buildings, walls, foundations, any form of building.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And then the limiting the use of pesticides and herbicides to protect sensitive habitat, and is that is in our comprehensive plan? Is that correct?
So, Madam Chair, on the screen here, we have the proposed condition number 7 at the top of the screen, and then in the bottom half of the screen would be the comprehensive plan policies that would encourage this condition. The one under the natural environment, policy number 12, that the county will work with partners to protect state sensitive and federal T&E wildlife and plant species. And item under land use and growth, item 29, in reviewing the environmental impacts of the proposal, the county will require development projects to demonstrate sensitivity to the natural and cultural environment, including preservation of views, trees, and native vegetation, consideration of wildlife, preservation of dark skies, and conservation of water resources. So those would be the two policies that our staff felt this condition would encourage.
Mm-hmm. And do we have verification that some of the state sensitive and federally T&E plant species exist? Or T&E wildlife and plant species exist?
So, Madam Chair, no, the applicant has not done a wildlife survey of the site, so we don't have documentation of any sensitive or T&E wildlife or plant species. There's no documentation of that at this time. Staff certainly visiting the site, plenty of evidence of typical deer and elk on the site, but that was all.
Okay. And then just coming to I want to get to the CCNRs. So are the CCNRs something that was suggested by the applicant? I mean, I certainly see that the HOA certainly would be required because of the roads, the roadways, and the easements, the trails, and the drainage improvements. And so, and being that the roads are going to be private or they're going to belong to the HOA, So I just wanted to understand if the applicant came forward with CCNRs as well, or if that's something we suggested.
So, Madam Chair, yes, there's a copy of the draft CCNRs in your packet, and that was as proposed by the applicant. So the applicant, from the time of application, had proposed having CCNRs, and certainly to accomplish the things you mentioned, have a road standard and provide for a method to maintain their roads.
Okay, thank you. Well, those are all my questions at this time. Any other questions at this time before we hear from the applicant or the applicant's representative? Okay, well, thank you. Well, why don't we go to the applicant? I do understand that Mr. Palmer is on the line, as well as his representatives. And so what I will do is turn it over to the applicant to see if they would like to make any comments at this time. Now that we've heard from staff, this is your opportunity to make comments. And so, Mr. Palmer, I'm going to turn it over to you, and then you're welcome to turn it over to members of your team or those who may be representing you, or you yourself are welcome to make comments.
Madam Chair, can you hear us okay?
We can. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, I am the representative of the applicant. I'll be speaking on his behalf right now. He is here with me and will be able to answer your questions later. I just want to thank you all for your time and your consideration, and I want to thank staff for their time. We've worked really closely together on this, and I think come up with a really good project. Aside from that, our issues with some of the conditions have been stated, and we would ask that you approve the subdivision striking conditions 6 and 7, and modifying condition 10 as Jess has previously stated. Aside from that, we are here and available to answer questions.
Thank you. And that was Mr. Braun who was speaking. And so, there any questions at this time from board members?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go.
On the discussion associated with striking the wildlife-friendly fencing for condition 6, could you just explain what your thinking is associated with that?
Yeah, this is Mike Palmer. Madam Chair, our thinking is that this subdivision is kind of geared towards, for lack of a better word, a high-end hillbilly. We're going to, obviously allow 4-H animals, and a lot of that fencing, if you're trying to keep in lambs or sheep or pigs or calves or horses, it's not wildlife friendly. And plain and simple, there, a lot of times in that area particularly, elk are destructive, and if people want to fence them out, we feel that should be their prerogative and not included in the CCNRs. If we include it in CCNRs, we feel it could discourage some of the people that we're kind of marketing towards.
All right, thank you, Mike. And also, could you explain a little bit further on the what is it, condition 7, just on the pesticides? We asked questions about it, but want to hear from you.
Well, the same thing. When you live in a neighborhood with CCNRs and HOAs, we're trying to stay away from create an opportunity where if I'm spraying a horse with fly spray and my neighbor doesn't like me, that he can come over and demand to know what kind of herbicide or pesticide that is, and cause issues, honestly, amongst the neighborhood, where we just don't feel that that's a CCNR's obligation, or for this subdivision, for the kind of people that will be living there. There will be fly spray, there will be fly control, and things like that. And so we're just trying to, again, not dictate and narrow the market that of the kind of people that we feel will be living out there.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, one thing about the structures, that's kind of why we wanted the structures deleted from the item 10 is my interpretation of a structure may be different from my neighbors. Obviously human remains, or we want to be culturally sensitive and things like that, that the interpretation of the structure just leaves it to anybody's. Is that a pottery shard? Is that two rocks stacked on top of each other? Is it a how, you know, what is a structure? And so again, we don't want to create a situation to give a neighbor that doesn't like the other neighbor just another opportunity to, you know, be in someone's business and cause issues amongst the neighborhood.
Thank you. Supervisor Parks, it looks like you have a question.
I just had a comment, and that is that, you know, Mike, he's trying to create a rural atmosphere here, and when you have regulations on the kind of a structure that someone can build for a fence, and they have an idea that they want to do something, they want to keep in or keep out a critter that would not be compatible, that the fence would not be compatible with, such as 4-H animals to be kept in or elk to be kept out. You know, part of that number 6 CCNR is that they build a plank or a solid block fence if they want to keep out or keep in some of the critters. Something that would does not allow entanglement. But those types of fences are very expensive. And so a chain link fence would do just exactly the same thing. And it also, with diagonal slats, would not be able to be readily seen through. And that would, if you had a 6-foot high chain link fence, that would keep out the elk. It would also keep in, well, it'd keep out the elk and the coyotes if you had chickens running around in there, and lambs. And so I think that just as Mr. Palmer has stated, it kind of should be the fencing should kind of be the prerogative of the homeowner, the choice of the homeowner to what type of fencing that they put in there. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I follow for a moment?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, and actually, I guess in looking at the comprehensive plan, and part of the discussion associated with that is trying to assure that if there's a migratory pattern associated with the area, that they don't eventually get boxed out. But I guess my question goes to staff perspective of and or, you know, it's the question of ownership. Am I looking at the property being surrounded by national forest right there?
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, this is Jess McNeely of Community Development Staff. You're correct. The site is surrounded all except for where it borders Tall Tales Road on the north end of the site. The site is surrounded by national forest.
Okay, thank you.
So I want to stay on this map just for a minute, Jess. And I am not able to blow it up. So I just need to ask you a question. So are those building envelopes aside, are they the figures in this circle, are we identifying building envelopes, or is that actual slopes, or neither? I'm just trying to understand the various lots, and then where it shows the flows.
So, Madam Chair, the image on the screen right now is the floodplain map as submitted by the applicant. So this is showing the lots, and it is showing where floodplain runs through the property. And as our wildlife planner tells us, typically animals move through the floodplain. Floodplain is also where there's a lack of vegetation, or at least a lack of trees through this site. Building envelopes were not proposed in this site. One would anticipate that home builders would readily seek a building permit in the floodplain for building, because that would require a floodplain development permit. There's insurance implications. Generally speaking, if people have plenty of room outside of the floodplain, they'll choose to build outside the floodplain, which is specifically why this subdivision was designed the way it was. Each lot has adequate land outside of the floodplain to build in. So to answer your question, there are no proposed building envelopes, but there is identified floodplain on the in the subdivision packet, the preliminary plat packet, and that's what's on the screen in front of you.
Yeah, and certainly people who are going to build are going to obviously build appropriately on their lot, and they'll have 5 acres, which will be plenty of room to build that and an accessory building, or you know, other things that they would like to have. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see, Mr. Braun or Mr. Palmer, anything else at this particular time that you'd like to present?
Madam Chair, nothing else at this time. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Then I think what I'm going to do, if there are no questions from the board at this time, of course we can always ask questions, but I'm going to go ahead and open up the hearing to public participation. And this is an opportunity for any member of the public to comment on this item. You have 5 minutes for each person to be able to do so. And I am going to have Mr. Peterson just remind you how you indicate that you wish to comment. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For those who wish to comment, simply look in the bottom of your screen and press the raise your hand function, or type in the Q&A if you wish to speak. We do have 2 phone numbers that are with us tonight, and I have unmuted them so they can, gave them speaking permissions. So if they wish to speak, they can just simply unmute when you call for public comment, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. With that, then the public hearing is open, and any member of the public who wishes to comment, please indicate so now. I'll just do a second call for any public comment on this. Okay, this is a public hearing, and no one has indicated that they wish to speak, so then I'll bring it back to the board for discussion and a motion. So is there any member of the board who wishes to start the discussion and talk about just being able to make the findings, or and also speak to the applicant's requests regarding the conditions and modifying them and or eliminating some or all of them. Not all of them, excuse me, the 3 that are the subject of the discussion tonight.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor Babbitt.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So before we'll go through the conditions and the requests, but is Rose on with us, our attorney?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. First question, Rose, is we've had this kind of discussion many times about at what level the board or P&Z should get into defining CC&R provisions. And it's been my understanding that really, it has been that we try and stay out of at least referencing specific language in CC&Rs. And I'm just wondering, has anything changed? This just seems like it's a little bit more, I guess I would say, aggressive on the dictating of terms of the CCRs, which are between, generally willing sellers and willing buyers?
So I don't think, I certainly am not aware of any legal change that would, impact the board's policy with regards to how involved it gets with the language of CC&Rs. We often have to remind property owners at times that it is not the county's role to enforce CC&Rs. So that's certainly, I think, one piece of it is, even if our permits here are the action were to have these conditions that require certain language of the CC&Rs, that doesn't necessarily mean, that we go in and then enforce that. And then that certainly can create confusion for property owners if they see the county involvement in drafting.
Rose?
CC&Rs. I'm sorry, are you not hearing me?
Oh yeah, so Rose, it's really difficult to hear you. Just have a lot of like feedback. I think it's like it's almost like your headset maybe isn't plugged in the entire way. Or like if you're out of
Hold on, I'm trying. All right.
All right. Well, Madam Chair, you're on mute, Liz.
I was just saying let's leave, see if Rose has fixed the audio.
Okay, is that any
so much? Well, I think it's better. Go ahead and start talking, Rose.
better?
I think so. Go ahead.
I apologize. My computer froze, and it sounds like there's now an echo.
Okay, well maybe you could just call in, Rose. Why don't you call in as opposed to maybe using the computer, and Supervisor Babbitt will just keep on commenting.
I mean, the point that I was trying to get to with Rose is, we typically stay out of CC&Rs in terms of either enforcement or direction. That's just, I asked if anything changed because that's typically how we have done most of our cases. We don't get into that. So regarding condition 6, at a minimum, I believe we should remove CC&Rs from the direction. I think we could talk about requirements, but it shouldn't be in the CC&Rs. The fencing piece, as someone who, has lots of hens and other animals, it's not appropriate in every case. So I'm fine with waiving condition 6 on the fences. I think condition 7, quite frankly, is a good is a aspirational piece that we are thoughtful about how we impact our landscapes. It doesn't need to be in the CC&Rs. The county uses pesticides and herbicides in areas. Every jurisdiction does, and that doesn't mean you go everyone, but it's really kind of not. I don't think there's great equity there, quite frankly. So I would either strike or take out CC&Rs and just have it be, if the board is interested in keeping it, we should just say we should try to limit the use and leave it up to the people who are deciding what to do there. And then, the cultural resources, I'm not concerned personally with people confusing pottery shards for structures. State statutes on human remains are super clear. I think there could be perhaps a middle ground to do some simple survey, hopefully, that identifies any structures in advance and leave it at that. It sounds like that's kind of been done in an informal way So those are my comments. I can most definitely make the findings, and then I'll let my colleagues weigh in.
Thank you, Supervisor Babbitt. Others, either commenting on the entire proposal or also commenting on the conditions of approval?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
I'll just follow up on it. And, I understand the intent and the desire of what was recommended associated with CCNRs. Again, sometimes it's helpful to have them outlined, but by the same token, that they start to become an inconvenience or cumbersome for the intent of what's going on, those pieces need to be weighed out. If the fencing piece, I wanted to hear it, but if I take a look at the property itself, we encourage people as best as possible to ensure that migratory patterns are, acknowledged, and we're not blocking out that element out there. By the same token, the subdivision is surrounded by national forests, and if you look at the broader map, which we don't need to draw up, but you can see it for quite a ways associated with it. Hearing the desire and the intent, and seeing that this is an island associated with it, I have no problem with waiving number 6. In terms of number 7, yeah, I'm always an advocate of be cautious with what you're doing with pesticides. But going to your questions, the intent was so as not to affect endangered species, and yet there aren't endangered species, whether flora or fauna that would dictate that is an additional piece to be added associated with it. And then again, the explanation of why not. I'm okay with waiving number 7. Going to number 10, I see compromise language. I understand the rationale of the modification, that a cursory survey was done. That's helpful. The other piece is there is an intent with SHPO. That when a larger structure is identified, that then there's a pause associated with that. When it comes to human remains, it's very specific related to it. But in each case, whether it's pesticides or with the cultural resources, we have other agencies that are already in place that are there for that sake and what's happening. So I think the intent is good for the objectives that they're desired, but are we putting a practical approach associated with it? So I can accept the modified language that was suggested with it. In terms of the rest of the proposal, I too can make the findings. You can see that you have a unanimous vote of the planning and zoning. They've used their own scrutiny associated with it, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Other members of the board? Okay, well then I will go ahead and go. So I do plan to vote in approval once we have a motion on this item. I can make the findings as required. I too am supportive of removing item number 6. I mean, there's nothing wrong with encouraging people should they wish to fence their property for it to be wildlife friendly if they would like to. I've never really seen that actually in the CCNRs. I do recall some subdivisions, smaller in size, that where the property bordered Forest Service property that we asked for wildlife friendly fencing, but like fencing within the property, and we've not asked for that. And so I think, you know, if people would like to do it and there are guidelines for it, then that's great. They can do it on their own. But I'm very comfortable with striking number 6, the same with number 7. I mean, obviously there's still going to be CCNRs that the applicant is going to have, because, excuse me, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm getting my 11-year-old some very important paper from the computer. So sorry. Where was that? Number 7. Yes, I'm fine with striking that. Again, if that's I don't quite see that as being completely necessary, but rather if someone wants to exercise that, they can. And then number 10, I'm fine with the removal of the word structures. So I agree. And let's see if there are any other members of the board that wish to comment. Otherwise, I believe we're at the point where we're prepared for a motion. And this is in Supervisor Parks District, so I'd like to give him the honor of being the person to make the motion, either for approval or for denial. Supervisor Parks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was kind of waiting for Supervisor Fowler to weigh in, but I would like to make the motion that we approve Resolution 2020-2020-51, approving a 22-lot subdivision preliminary plat on property zoned AR5 agricultural residential 5-acre minimum parcel size, assessor's parcel number 117-01-001C, a 111.02 acre parcel on Tall Tales Ranch Road, 1 mile west of North Coconino Road interchange on Interstate 40, with the exception of striking CCNR provisions 6, 7, and modification of number 10, dropping the words any structures from the resolution.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Parks. And I just want to add, just for an additional point of clarification, if you don't mind, that it would be striking conditions of approval, which would be items 6 and 7, and then accepting the modified language on condition number 10. Just so we know that they were the conditions of approval from that were outlined in the resolution. So although they may be in the CCNRs, they're also on our conditions for approval. So we have modified the conditions as noted. Is there a second? And we've already said, just so I want to state for the record, that the findings have been made, which are required for us to be able to approve this resolution and this subdivision. We have made the findings, and that was outlined in our discussion. So is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll make the second, noting that I can make the findings. And as with the last case, again, in this case, the findings are outlined quite well in the staff report as well.
Great. Thank you very much. So we have a motion made by Supervisor Parks, a motion for approval, seconded by Supervisor Ryan. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, it passes unanimously, and we wish Mr. Palmer the best. Congratulations.
Mike. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you. We're going to go on to our next item, and this is also a public hearing. And give me 1 minute while I get to it. Does anybody need a quick break at this time, or should we go ahead and forge ahead? Okay, sounds like we'll forge ahead. This is a zone change, and I believe it's going to be Jay that's presenting this item, correct?
Madam Chair, Supervisors, that's correct. Good evening.
Okay, go ahead.
This is a Harvey Baker plat amendment and zone change. We like to consider this our most complicated lot line adjustment ever, but we'll get through it here pretty quickly. So here's the subject property. Of course, it's in Munns Park, and it splits both the North Lodge subdivision as well as Pinewood Unit 15. Here's a close-up. I'm not sure, I can't see all the participants, so I'm not sure if Mr. and Mrs. Baker or Mr. Harvey are on with us this evening, but the Bakers own Lot 48 here in the North Lodge plat, which is the RS 10,000 zone, and Mr. Harvey owns Lot 118 in the RS 6,000 zone. And this line here is part of our challenge this evening. So here, this is the picture that shows the story of why we're here. A portion of this fire ring and the little patio associated with it was unbeknownst to the new property owner. Part of it was built by a previous property owner to the north on the RS 10,000 lot of the Bakers. So this is looking up onto part of their property. This is up where we were just looking down onto Mr. Harvey's property in the RS 6,000 lot. So here is the subject area where that extension of a small patio or deck and a fire ring was built across the line of this RS 10,000 zone. And here is the proposed lot line adjustment. So why we're here is because with the exterior boundaries of 2 platted subdivisions have changed. So that henceforth the plat amendments. Additionally, without the zone change, Mr. Harvey's lot would have 2 zones on it. So this is just a very interesting way to administratively clean some things up. The findings of fact is that the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comp plan and ordinance, that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, or welfare, that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties, that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to it. That's a duplicate, sorry, there's a typo there. Staff is able to make all of the required findings of fact. Plat amendments are actually items that can be considered on consent, but we included them here with the zone change. And the Planning and Zoning Commission did make the required findings unanimously, and staff recommends approval of both the zone change and the subdivision amendments. And there are 3 motions required with this approval. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jay. Appreciate the presentation. Let me ask if there are any questions at this time before we hear from the applicant. Okay, there are no questions at this time, and so is the applicant or the applicant's representative here who wish to speak? I see one phone number.
Madam Chair, I have activated the phone number so they can speak at any time.
Okay. So let me ask at this time, the applicants are Paul and Sandra Baker and Michael Harvey. Are either Paul or Sandra Baker or Michael Harvey on the line and wishing to speak, or their representative? Okay, and Jay, do you know if they had planned to attend? I mean, obviously they don't have to attend, but do you know if there was, I just want to make sure we're not missing them or that they don't have an appropriate connection.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, thank you for that. We didn't have participation by the applicants at the commission level either. They did have a surveyor that drew this up for them. Apparently he's not on the line this evening.
And do you know the surveyor's name, or you know that he planned not to be here?
Madam Chair, it's Urban Fisher. Visser, sorry.
Fisser. Okay, so let me just see. Mr. Fisser, Erwin Fisser, are you on the line and do you wish to speak? Okay, well, he is not on the line, and I have asked if the applicants wish to speak, and it does not seem that they are in attendance. So I will go ahead and open up the public hearing to see if there is any member of the public who wishes to speak to this item. You have 5 minutes to speak with the board and provide your comments. I don't see anybody at this time who wishes to comment during the public call to the public on this public hearing. Mr. Peterson, do you see anyone who's indicated that they wish to speak?
I do not at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring this back to the board for discussion and a motion. Is there any member of the board who wishes to speak to this item or wishes to make a motion? And I know this is in Supervisor Ryan's district, District 3.
Madam Chair, I'm willing, I should make the motion. I'm willing to do that. However, I need guidance because I'm not seeing it outlined well enough for me that, Jay, you were talking about 3 different conditions, 3 different actions of the board. Mm-hmm. And so can you help me outline those 3 actions?
Go to that slide. Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair and members of the board, we certainly can. Yeah, thank you. Perfect, thanks. Madam Chair and Supervisors of the board, the recommended motion is as such. Approve ordinance 2020-07, resolution 2020-049, and resolution 2020-50, approving a zone change from RS 10,000, residential single family 10,000 square foot parcel size minimum, to RS 6,000, residential single family 6,000 square foot parcel size minimum, and amending the final plats for the North Lodge and Pinewood Unit 15 subdivisions for parcel numbers 400-53-048 and 400-77-118 on a 1,294 square foot parcel in Munns Park.
Okay, and I'm seeing that as our staff recommended, but it's a single motion that you have written there.
Oh, that's okay. I see what you're saying.
So I think it needs to be what's on page 7 of 25, or page 80. Yeah, 7 of 25. I mean, where it's, I guess, where we would do SUB-20-004, right? With one condition, and then we would, I mean, is that?
Yeah, I kind of got lost in that too.
Yep. Yeah. Supervisors, there's one motion for ordinance 2020-07, one motion for resolution 2020-49, and one motion for resolution 2020-50.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And Madam Chair, Rose Winkler is back on the line if you need.
Okay, Rose, yeah, we're just trying to, we understand there has to be 3 separate motions for this item. So we're just trying to figure out the mechanics of that. They each item has a separate, its own resolution. And then it looks like 2 of them have one condition, are subjected to one condition of the staff report. So we're just trying to figure out the appropriate motion for the 3 items. Can you assist?
Well, I do think you're correct that I do think it should be separate motions, particularly because one item is an ordinance rather than, and the other 2 items are resolutions. And so I would recommend taking them as 3 separate motions. And I'm trying to pull up the language now myself.
Madam Chair and Rose and Supervisors Board, I can read the actions of the Planning and Zoning Commission and how they made the motions. The first motion was to approve subdivision 20-004 with the condition of the staff report. The second motion was to approve subdivision 2020-005 with the condition of the staff report. And then the final motion was to approve ZC-20-004 for the zone change. That's the order in which the commission directed the motions.
So they did the plat revisions before the zone change.
They did.
Okay, so then that would involve doing the resolutions before the ordinance. And I'm just looking at the recommended. So I think we just need some clarification. Well, and I mean, we can look at the language of the resolution. So it would probably be making the motion for resolution 2020-49, amending the final plat for, and then I'm trying to get to the resolution for that, the one that's specifically referenced in that resolution. And then moving on to 2020-50 and then doing the ordinance. Okay, here we go, I think.
Thank you, Rose.
So, okay, so it would be, the first motion should be to approve a resolution. Basically the title of resolution 2020-49, to approve a resolution of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors approving a final plat amendment to the North Lodge subdivision plat. And then the same for resolution 2020-50, and then finally the approval of the ordinance.
Okay, so I'll go, since I have resolution number 2020-49, I'll make a motion that we approve resolution number 2020-49, a resolution of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors approving a final plat amendment to the North Lodge subdivision plat.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second.
Madam Chair, just a note, as you read through staff report, you can see the findings that were made associated with it, but also in note, the resolutions themselves encompass the conditions.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that it encompasses it says the one that's subject to the one condition of the staff report. And so, and it just want to make sure that it states that, or if we have to verbally state it.
It appears that the conditions are spelled out in the resolution. So for example, the one just passed, it's at the bottom of the page.
The encroachments of structures into the existing utility easement. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's
great.
That's what I was trying to say, but
sure. No, I just want to make sure that we have the language as needed.
Yes.
Okay, so it looks we do, and so a motion was made by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Parks. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead
ahead
and move that we approve resolution number 2020-50, a resolution of Coconino County Board of Supervisors approving a final plat amendment to the Pinewood Unit 15 subdivision plat.
And yes,
And
thank
it
you.
has
Is
the conditions outlined in it. Yes.
there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Parks. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. And
Aye.
those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously. Okay, Supervisor Ryan.
Okay, now I just want to get a clarification on this just to make sure, and I'm queuing in Rose and Jay on this. I can move the ordinance as I look at the ordinance and read the title, or do I do the recommended motion there that we now have in our staff report?
I would say do the ordinance title because the recommended motion includes the language related to those resolutions. And so I think just stick with the language of the ordinance title.
Okay, because they sort of wrap around, but okay,
Right.
Good. Okay, so I move that we approve ordinance number 2020-07, an ordinance of Coconino County Board of Supervisors approving a zone change from the G general, that's 10-acre minimum parcel size zone, to AR5, that's agricultural residential, 5-acre minimum parcel size zone.
Is there a second? Supervisor Babbitt, do you second?
I will second the motion.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chair Fowler. Motion made by Supervisor Ryan, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Hearing none opposed, passes unanimously.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. That was the incorrect motion. I'll read the correct wording if that's okay.
Madam Chair, Rose, since I just made motions associated with this, just a little guidance of withdrawing this.
Okay, well, what's incorrect?
Yeah, Madam Chair, the ordinance should read, now therefore be it ordained by the Coconino County Board of Supervisors that the zoning from RS 10,000, residential single family 10,000 square foot, it's at the bottom of that ordinance.
Let us know.
So RS 6,000, residential single family 6,000 square foot minimum parcel size. Zone for the property located at 265 Barnwood Trail and described as shown in the attached surveyor's map hereby approved. It's at the bottom of that ordinance number. Under now therefore be ordained. Yes, under now therefore be ordained.
Right. And that's different from.
That's different from what Supervisor Ryan had read from, which was at the top of the page.
Okay, so does the top of the page also need to be changed?
Yes. I apologize for that.
Okay. Tell you what, we're gonna take a quick little recess for 3 minutes, little bio break. You all work it out, get the language, and then we'll come back, okay?
No problem. Thank you for that.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
So on that, in working it out, Rose, are you there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, good. Do I need to make a motion to withdraw the last motion?
I think that sounds good because we only got to. Did we go ahead? Did it get passed as well? Did it get voted on and passed?
Actually, we did.
Did we? Yes, and I apologize for having the format of this messed up at the top. The bottom is where.
Okay.
That's our fault.
I mean, I think that what we can do is, ultimately, the ordinance itself was passed correctly. The ordinance number is correct. It's the language within it. Just the title of it that was incorrect. So I think. I don't think that I think that's the appropriate one. We don't have to do a whole withdrawal. I think move to amend is good and then go from there.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Rose, so much. And Supervisor Ryan, the now therefore be ordained, which is what passes, that part is correct. At the bottom.
So then we'll just need to also follow this up with a correction to the actual document itself.
Yep.
Okay.
So am I correcting the title or not correcting the title?
Well, we are correcting the title. Yes.
So by me reading that, that will be the title of the ordinance?
It would be the same.
Say that again.
Yes, it would be the same. I'll defer to Rose.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, that's what I think that we will, let me look at it.
Again, apologies from staff.
I'm just so glad I drank that coffee before this last part of the meeting.
So, so Supervisor Ryan, I think it would be, it won't be exactly that language. And so maybe if you don't mind, I think what it would be is motion to approve an ordinance of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors approving a zone change from RS 10,000 residential single family, 10,000 square foot parcel minimum size zone to RS 6,000 residential single family, 6,000 square foot minimum parcel size zone for the property located at 265 Barnwood Trail, period. The rest of that language and described as shown in the attached surveyor's map, it doesn't have to be in the title.
Okay.
So I would end it at after the address.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay.
Get rid of now, therefore be ordained. Also.
Yeah, yeah. So it's just a motion to approve. Yeah.
An ordinance by.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, it looks like we're ready.
Suggestion of just saying approve ordinance number 2020-07 and then go right to the now therefore be ordained.
Okay, we're back from our 3-minute recess there. And so we have discovered that the motion that was made, let's see, we have an error in the motion. So we'll have to amend the motion. And is it on all three or just the one?
I believe it's just this ordinance.
Just the ordinance one. Okay.
Ordinance, correct.
On the ordinance. Okay, Supervisor Ryan?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve an ordinance of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors to approve the zone change from RS 10,000, that's residential single family, 10,000 square foot parcel size minimum, to zone 2, RS 6,000, that's residential single family 6,000 square foot minimum parcel size zone for the property located at 265 Barnwood Trail. That's the motion, Madam Chair. And we're amending the ordinance number 2020-07.
Right, and so the person that made the second, will you second the, let me just remember Robert's order. Do we need to second the amendment and then go back and make the new one, or this is kind of doing those two steps in one, Rose?
Give me a second. I'm
draw the
checking.
motion.
It does require a second. So it's a move to amend the motion and then a second. And then there's a vote on amending the motion and then a vote on the amended motion.
On the amendment. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's
You
what
just
I
have to
thought.
have concurrence of the second.
Thank you. Is there concurrence of the second, which was Supervisor Fowler?
Supervisor Fowler.
I do concur. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now that's concurrence for the amendment. So then now let's state the motion.
Madam Chair, I can state it again, I believe. So the motion is an ordinance of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors approving a zone change from RS 10,000 parentheses residential single family 10,000 square foot parcel size minimum parentheses zone to RS 6,000 parentheses, that's residential single family 6,000 square foot minimum parcel size and parentheses zone for the property located at 265 Barnwood Trail, which is the ordinance number 2020-07.
Hold on a minute, Supervisor Ryan, because County Manager Jane, when you said we just needed concurrence, were you saying that we didn't need a second, we just needed concurrence? But did I need to call for a vote on the amendment? Because I didn't.
Unless Rose disagrees with that, you can amend a motion by the moving party with concurrence of the second under Robert's rules.
And not have to.
No, you don't have to vote on the amendment with concurrence of the second, because then you're voting on an amended motion.
Okay. Rose, are you fine with that? I mean, the Board of Supervisors we use a version of Robert's Rules of Orders. We don't use it directly. We have our own formal way of running our meeting, but I just want to make sure that because this is a zone change and because it involves a number of moving parts that we do this accurately.
No, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. And you can just vote on the now amended action. Right.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I will second the motion.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, please say nay. Okay, none opposed, and it passes unanimously. Thank you.
Do we have anything else from District 3 we need to do tonight?
I think District 3 has done enough.
Yeah.
I think District 3's buying dinner, aren't they?
That's right. Sure.
Well, thank you very much. Actually, that does conclude the action items on our agenda. And we are, if you would like, we could bring the items up in terms of reports from districts, or we could discuss that at our next meeting. Is there anything pressing that anybody would like to share at this particular point?
Madam Chair.
Oh, yes, Supervisor Babbitt.
Yeah, thanks. We don't need to go. I just want to bring it up to the board on the restroom at Fort Tuthill and the Land and Water Conservation Fund. I would like to find out the status of that. I've just been hearing some chatter that's changed. I think that was a very, very, very important commitment we made to folks. And so I just want to get an update on that before 2 weeks from now.
Thank you. Yes, all of us on the board are interested in that. And I know that County Manager Jane is working on that. And so we will make sure that we, that he gets that out to people either in writing or an update to you. Anybody else with anything else?
Just actually, I want to compliment Jay and the implementation committee for the joint land use study group on the grant that just came through, getting the approval for the whole kitchen sink was thrown into that one. But I think a lot of good work was done associated with that, and many team partners on it, and just wanted to note that. Just the other piece of a quick note would be that what is it? Lucinda, Christopher Tressler, and engineering group are working together with the Flag Unified School District to try and come up with a resolution associated with the bus stop, along with Cynthia Nemeth with Parks and Rec. And, you know, again, Lucinda's folks are doing just an excellent job of moving forward with that. Mountain Dale drainage project is moving along, and they're getting closer and closer to having most of this stuff done out there. And then for the sewer project going to Fort Tuthill, boy, they're chugging away and putting in big chunks of extension of that. And for Parks and Rec, they rerouted the trails, and users have been very happy with the rerouting of the trails. Again, compliments to staff on that. The only other thing is, my gosh, there's all kinds of activity in my communities, and so we're progressing through summer is what we're doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And actually, Lucinda is on the line, and she can provide some information on the question regarding the restrooms over at Fort Tuthill.
Thank you, Madam
Lucinda?
Chair. Yes, my understanding from Cynthia is that they have had conversations with the granting entity, and that we have received an extension at least up to a year. So I will confirm that, and we'll get a communication out to that effect.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anything else for the good of the order? Okay, well, thank you, everyone. We've been meeting since 2 o'clock this afternoon, so appreciate everyone's participation and attention, and have a great rest of the week. Thank you.